Good morning, team. How's everybody doing? All right, we got a few stocks going on the watch list today. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys got some sleep, if you could have found it. Um, I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. Welcome, guys. If you could, like, share, and subscribe. Real quick, I'm here. I'm going over some charts right now. We have space. We have a few other stocks that are on the watch list. iRobot, I think it was. iRobot. Um, Now this news with iRobot is from Amazon. The other country, I guess, where they were from, they came out and said that they are giving them the acceptance to I guess either like be bought out by Amazon or do work for them or something of that nature. So again, good morning. I hope you guys are doing great. I got my coffee here. I was running through the SPY, the Qs, the IWM. I'm not sure how much volatility or what kind of moves we're going to get today. It's Friday. There was a huge day yesterday. So I don't know if that was the if that was the move of the week. I mean, I'm almost certain it probably was, but what we can do, we can just say, I mean, it's still early. It's 7:30. So don't quote me on this. You can just look at the pre-market volume. All right. Now, again, okay, you do have a spike. We don't know if that we don't know what that's about, but it actually doesn't look bad. But again, you look at yesterday around 8:30. So you have some small caps that are lighting up the board this morning. We're gonna cover everything. We had Adobe earnings. All right. We're gonna watch some of the stocks that were squeezing yesterday. I'm kind of curious to see what happens here. Again, thank you for joining us. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. If you guys have any questions or any stocks you want to put in the ticker, just post them in the chat. You guys have any questions, whether it's stocks, anything, post them in the chat, okay? Again, I'm going to run through the SPY real quick. So I do have to take a phone call. So whenever that comes in, we'll get to it then, But again, guys, thank you for joining us. Let's have a great day. Watch your expectations of today. We had such a huge move yesterday that I'm gonna find it hard to repeat that. And yes, I know it's OpEx, but as of this year, OpExes have been boring as all heck, boring as all hell. So I wouldn't worry about this OpEx stuff too much, Israel. I'm just reading some. I'm looking at my other charts, looking at. And I think, oh yeah, Morgan Stanley also gave Nvidea a price upgrade. I think they're still pushing to highs as well this morning. Yeah. So again, just wait for this move to come to you. Don't necessarily try and force it. Like I said last night, this is all institutional buying. It really is. It's all institutional buying. They want to be long this stock, and they want to be long it for a long time. This is one that, because you got to think, maybe this thing, it's not maybe, but in time, as time goes on, this is a stock that may, see $600, $700, do a stock split, boom, go, do a 6-to-1 stock split, and then go from 100 to 400. I mean, but it's already at $1 trillion market cap. You're taking all the growth away in a sense. It's what's kind of sad. If you guys really, really think about it, this is why, I still feel like this is the early days of Nvidia. I'm not going to say the early days. Obviously, it's not the early days of Nvidia, But do you know what I mean? I think this especially with AI and stuff. So Nvidia has been a company since 1985. That is also insane, isn't it? That is also insane. And look at their all-time highs. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I didn't necessarily. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the one that just didn't know how good Nvidia was back in 2000. I didn't even know You know what I mean? Like, I know you had processors and stuff like that, GPUs and CPUs, but isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know. Just for them to try and wrap my head around Nvidia being a company since 1985 is pretty crazy, right? So, but again, I hope you guys are doing good this morning. If you could like, share, subscribe, that would be great. Let's go. My mission here is to help the retail trader. It's to create a place everybody can go to, and we go through charts. We come up with ideas, all kinds of things. Oh, look, I'm on AMD. I'm not even on Nvidia. It's early, gang. It's early. It's early. So AMD is also, yeah, I switched back. That's what I thought. So yeah. It's just sad because I want Nvidia, but at a trillion market cap, how much growth is there? Like honestly, how much growth is left in Nvidia? If you're telling me you're going to price in a trillion market cap, okay, one of the biggest companies in the world, um like I want Nvidia down here. I want Nvidia in these stages. Like, what is the next $1 trillion company? What's the next $2 trillion company? That's what I want. All right. So let's go through some news. So yesterday we had some. We had the you had some of your stocks that DraftKings makes 195 million offer for points bet outbidding Fanatics. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I guess maybe they'll look at it as they're eating up market share. Look at the resistance here on DraftKings. That's definitely a topping point. Um, I did buy this thing at $11 and sold it at whatchamacallit. It's not even gonna show it. Or $18. It might have been $18. I'm pretty sure you could have got because I got it before it actually before it went to I think it was Diamondback or something like that. It's like Diamondback was the IPO, like the company that I guess brought forth DraftKings, or like I think they like replaced it. I feel like I'm not sure how it worked, especially this early in the morning. So the stock is kind of bouncing. So just watch that. Like I said, I'm gonna go over some SPY and stuff like that. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go make my coffee. Sorry about that, gang. I'm back here. Um, I should have. I always forget. I should always have like CNBC or something playing. All right. So right now, I'm just going through my watch list real quick. I'm just kind of. I had a phone call I had to take. So we have Adobe. We have like I don't know if this I don't like this thing, but space. It gaps up because they have like okay, so what? So this might be a short. I mean, the reason I say space might be a short is because I just don't like look. As soon as I say that, it just red on the tape. So we'll watch it. But the thing is with this is if everything else starts squeezing, then yeah, you could get a squeeze. Um, I'm gonna jot some things down. If you guys have any questions or anything, just shoot me a message in the chat or whatever. If there's any tickers you want to go through. Reason to raise stops, but it's not immediate sell signal. Um, Sorry guys, I was just getting the SPY and the Qs kind of dialed in. Oh shit, you know what? Let me go back and let's go back to the daily, because I think the dailies, like, you have to go, like, there's got to be a, honestly, like, what's funny about this Fibonacci is, like, dude, are we gonna have a continuation day? Is this gonna be just like a blow off top type day? This is insane, gang. This is insane. This is so insane, guys. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, I'm with it. To the long. To the window, to the long. So we'll see what happens when we get there on the Qs. Um, Now let's go over the SPY and see what we have. I'm gonna go to the daily. Again, that's really the only place that we have. to give us like a nice concrete, area of demand, supply and demand. Sorry. I gotta say, like 446, is it? Um, it is. Hmm. Let's see here. So this I can slide over, and then I can bring this that away. Okay. And that is the top. Man, that is perfect. Like right there. I just can't. It's I already have it because that's yesterday's high. So, God, that's so perfect. What do we think? What do we think? If I had to call it, I'd have to call 449.95. That's me red line. I'm gonna put a red. I'm gonna put a. I don't think we're gonna like reject it, like, cause as long as the market doesn't, like, if the market, as long as the market doesn't have a reason to go down, it's just gonna keep going up. I don't care if it's at all-time highs. You know what I mean? It'll just blast through all-time highs and not look back until you give it a reason to look back. All right, whether that's banks, credit, something that I have no idea right now. Now the spies are not making as high as the Qs because tech. It's just tech. Tech is leading this rally. I just gotta use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna go over Adobe Space, all these other stocks real quick. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna knock it out. You guys have. Hope you guys are having a great morning. Please like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much. Tell your friends, tell your family. Sorry that I wasn't as busy. Like I keep like at night and like throughout the day or something. I like just in my mind, I want to get this stream better. I need to be on here talking with you guys, whether there's people here or not. All right, but again, I had to take a phone call this morning, and I figured I wanted to go through these charts and just kind of concentrate. But I'm gonna use the restroom. I got my coffee. I'm gonna make another cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. Okay, guys, thanks for joining us. We're live. We have all kinds of things popping up. I'm just trying to go over the major ones like Nvidia, Tesla, AI, and then we're going to Adobe and stuff like that. I just wanted to show you guys real quick. Look at this like cup and handle here, guys. Look at that. Cup, pull back. Now it didn't break it. You know, it's not curved. It's curved here and then yeah, it goes up there, but dude, you know, you don't really have the increase in volume, so we'll see. We'll see. But like on a 15-minute chart and stuff, it stuck out. It stuck out to me. Whether this is one and then or this, I don't know. Alright guys, so we got a couple of different things going on here. Trying to go through. TSM looks good. Alright, TSM looks pretty good. Just where's the target? Shit, I can't do that. I can't put that there. So what I'm doing right now, but really what's more important is I need to go see what's moving. You know, I need to worry about what's moving. I don't need to worry about breaking retests and stuff like that. Yeah, they're good. They're really good for days that there's no news, you know, or specific stocks to target. SPCE. So 4 hour, let me see. I mean, you kind of would like to get a pullback to here, at least I would think, right? Roughly that pivot high, which is actually the base from before. I don't know. I just adjust. That's why my name's Justin. Yeah, so there's a gap fill there. Pivot high, and look, from before this left, so I might see if I can't short space SPCE. Or if it pulls back and it hangs on right here at this pivot high, possible long. Maybe. I would not be long this stock. There's no way I can just be long this stock. Can't do it. Just can't do it. Just can't do it. Alright, so SPCE. And I want to go cover like Carvana. 524, 525, right? Is what that is. 525. So that's SPCE. Let's go to TSM. And I think Micron also had news. I gotta figure something out here because it's really hard to see how TSM is holding this pivot high. I'd like it more importantly to hold this, but it kind of already did. You know, like you have this little tail here, but here you actually have structure. Okay, you actually have some structure here. And as you notice, if you look, like let me pan it out for you. Like you can see, where am I? Where's Emma? Right here. See how it's, so you have this flat top support, pivot resistance right here. All right. It's kind of what I'm looking at. What's up, my guy? How you doing this morning, bro? So TSM, you want to, if we do decide to take this long, because you see how this candle pivoted here this morning. So what I'm picking up, it's putting down, pretty much right there. Well, there's just no structure. Like I said, there's not. There it is. See how perfect that lines up. Because you can't just say like, I'm gonna have this whole new upside, and it's gonna be just sitting on this little ass tail. Like that little ass tail ain't holding up a whole bunch of price. Not to say that it couldn't, but it had to come down to here. This flat top, like it had to like, right, especially like here, and I wanted to say there, but you know what I mean. So we'll see if it gives it some upside. Oh man, my cat this morning, bro, she's been going nuts in the morning. I don't know if it's because she doesn't want to wake me up and she's hungry, and she wants to watch because she likes to eat and sit in the window and watch the birds and stuff, you know, as cats do. But it was just funny because I have a little box, because I have like boxes and bags for her, because she always sleeps in a bag, and like a Marshall's bag or something, and I'll have like a box, like, so she was in the box just going crazy. I got a little, like a Walmart like plastic type bag in there, and the whatchamacallits are cut so she can't choke, but she was just going nuts. And And I'm like, girlfriend, you gotta stop. Like, I don't know if she was like mad I was sleeping and she tried to wake me up and I was knocked. I don't know. Or she was, cause I have I got her a cigar. I got her a Cuban with whatchamacallit, with catnip in it. So she'll get that and then she'll just start going crazy. But she's got dry food, so it's not like, I just gave her fresh dry food yesterday. So I was up at freaking 5 o'clock this morning. So and then getting to bed last night was a hassle because she was sleeping all afternoon the whole time we're doing the live and stuff. And then as I'm like go to lay down, she's just getting up to start her day. I'm like, you're killing me. You're killing me, girlfriend. But it's my little girl. I love her to death. She's such a sweetheart. So again, we have TSM. This is my area that I'm going to look for. What are my upside targets? Ultimately, I want to see if we can fill this gap. I want to see if we can fill this gap here at 115. Is the gap fill? Gap fills at close. It's like 115.75, 115.71 if you kind of want to be exact. See what I mean? So we broke through. We're having a pullback. See if we hold this pivot high right here, and see if we can extend to at least this. I mean, obviously we're going to worry about what's in front of us. So we're going to worry about 110, psychological 110, 111 number. All right, or 110.37-ish. That's at 110.18 is that candle. And this is... Hold on here. God damn it. 110.17, 110.18. Okay. AMD. I want to be kind of want to short AMD to like when it's time. I don't want to just like jump in and think. I don't want to try and be a hero. Because you can see it start to roll over. It cracked the 9 EMA. See how it's been holding it? Broke it, hold it, boom, boom, boom. And then it's like it tailed there. So we'll see what is to come. Yeah, it was Nvidea that got the price upgrade. It was Nvidea that got the price upgrade. And it's actually having trouble. No, that's from yesterday. Alright, so I'm going to go back. I want to go over Adobe real quick. It's 8:55. Let's look at the news. So we had Adobe earnings yesterday. You have Space this morning. And other than these like semiconductor stocks, there's other things to look for. Look, what did we say yesterday, guys? We said if AI can hold this area, that pivot high, we might get a day two. We just might get a day two. Now, I don't know if we will. I mean, you might just get to 50 and call it a day and buy or step away. I have no idea. But I do know that AI is saying, can't nobody hold me down, because this thing is just going. And when you get a stock like this in like a, something that's not like $100, $200, $300, $400 stock, like you get $2, $3 on a $50 stock, man. Like even $4 or $5, you're really doing something. Like yesterday, I think we put in close to 10, 13% on a $3, $4 move. And let's see, 41. Okay, so it's about $6. You know what? Let me look at. I don't know why, but I want to see. So yeah, let me finish. God damn it. Let's because we have this target up here at 50. This is my level, 49.20-ish. 49.50. And then we break through that, then obviously that's my next target. I can actually get rid of this. I can get rid of that line. I'll probably actually need it and want it, but I'll worry about that if we get there. So we have TSM. Let me write it down. Now, whatever you guys are going to do today, make sure you put in like volatility. Like, make sure you're putting in like how many, like what's the average, what's your price movement? Like yesterday we did $5 in AI. So I know from high to low I can get at least 4 to, I'm going to say $3.50 to $6. I'm going to say $4 or $5. I'm going to expect if we get a day 2 continuation on volume, I'm going to be able to have, it's going to have some room to run. Doesn't mean it has to, but it could consolidate. Like, what's your average? Like, look at this day. Like, on AI, 35.65 to 37. So, $2. And probably another $2 day. 36, 37, 38. So, $2 on a non-volatile day, and you're looking at 5 on a volatile day. That's your ATR. All right? And you want to match your volume, the volume up, and see if it matches up with, on what range. Like if we have a nice volume day, then expect $5. And here it goes. It looks like it's pushing pre-market, guys. Looks like it's trying to push into these highs pre-market. And look, blasted through there. Guys, it just pushed through there. Look at that. Now it's going over on the scanner. Well, so what do we do now? We are going to make this. That's so funny. As we're talking about it, it goes and breaks the high. It's the time of the day. It's 9 o'clock. It didn't hold it yet. Right now, it's broke it and it's pulled back to the level. You want to see that level hold. Edit, which is going to be this. I'm going to make it a dotted line. So it pulled back and now it's trying to hold that level. So there's the pullback. That's a pretty big tail. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. I don't know if it's going to hold or not. I mean, that was an increase in volume, so it may. It very well may. Bubba got the... I know, I seen that, man. And you know what? Looking back at it, it put in like 80,000 different bull flags. That's because of that China news, man. And what's crazy is we were early. We called that out 2 weeks ago. We were talking about Baba. Like we got the run up. And then they lowered the interest rates. Like this double bottom. So it wasn't even just this double bottom, but it was the fact that the stock, we were putting in new lows and then on some of my indicators, we were putting in higher lows on the new lows. I'm like, no, like that gave me the bullish signal. And then it puts in the double bottom and I'm like, yeah, that's it. And then it was that day where, that morning and that night where we called it out. So we could have made this a swing trade, but we didn't know that China was going to pretty much cut rates. And I mean, I did know, like that was the whole point that also brought me to Baba was the fact that they were loosening financial conditions to like start their economy up because they're having trouble. But look at all these little bull flags. There's a long one right there. Like I could just put this in. I don't want to waste time because I want to, get to work. But I know it looks weird, but right there is a bull flag. It's right there. And then it touches the top side of the flag, breaks it, boom. Puts in a flag here, bull flag there, like breaks, bull flag, so it could have a lot more room to the upside, we'll see. Because this is it, like technically, this is the base. Like this area right here. So it technically has only been a couple days of running. So like this is your base. You know what I mean? Technically, it could say here, but I would say here is where, like this was your base. It is going to the upside, but very little. It's closing higher and higher, but here is when it just, you know what I mean? That's when it started to run. So you've had 1, 2... See if the third day it might struggle, but we'll see. We'll see. Because you had this day the breakout, and then you had the day 2 continuation to the upside. You'll always want to look for that. If you get like a nice continuation or like a nice day where it goes, look for the day 2 continuation. Because people see it, and what it is they see it after it's ran, and they want to get on it, and they wait till the next day and stuff like that. There's always a day 2 continuation. Not always, but you know what I'm getting at. So there, I think there was room MU. I gotta go to CNBC. I gotta go cover Adobe. I gotta be fast. I gotta be quick. What is this? Micron. Did they pull back? They went higher. There is a gap fill up here. Kinda. 71. That's only $1. Okay. Let me go to the internet. Oh, DraftKings also. DraftKings too is on the list. I gotta figure out which one is the best. Which one am I going to take today, if I'm able to take anything? Because it's Friday, I'm not necessarily worried whether I take something or not. That was a nice break and retest. Double top, boom, breakthrough, pull back, hold it. That's a nice rally right there. I wonder if it's going to be able to do it. I don't know if it is. I don't know if we're going to get anything out of DraftKings. We'll just have to wait and see when the market opens. Let's go to downgrade SoFi. Bank of America downgrades SoFi. It's so funny when banks go after other banks. It's like JP Morgan goes to downgrade Morgan Stanley, and Morgan Stanley is like, nah, we downgrading you, bitch. So there's a break there. And this is Morgan Stanley. Wait, why am I... Oh, no, I'm supposed to be looking at SoFi, not Morgan Stanley. Yeah, look at that, guys. That's awesome. Look at this SoFi run, guys. I mean, not the run. Like, we've been on SoFi, too, for a minute since the debt ceiling got passed. But look at this. Look at this setup, guys. Ladies and gents. Looky here. That's a beauty. We got a double bottom pivot off of the prior high. Isn't that something? Look at that. I like that. I like that. Look, double bottom. Boom. Let's see. We have also... This is exactly the almost the setup, but it doesn't have the volume yet. Almost the setup that we had on AI yesterday. Isn't that too funny? There's a lot of these guys. There's a lot of these setups. That's nice. And this is a 15-minute chart. Let me bring my volume up. Let me see what's really going on. That doesn't mean that it's going to break out, but if there's a downgrade by JP Morgan, or Bank of America it was. Look at that double bottom. Boom. I think they still won in this thing. So where would we look for profits? Where's a profit target? Maybe yesterday's high? Possibly. It's a little hard to tell. I'm going to have to go to the daily. But it's above all daily moving averages. I don't know. Maybe it tries to pull back into this 9 EMA again. Let's see here. Okay, so it's up. Okay. Alright, so it made it to the top side of that base. So I see why Bank of America downgraded it. Just because it's like a technical pattern and it's went. This would honestly be your next area, 13. I have no idea, bro. Honestly, that thing can just keep going all the way to 600. You know what I mean? I mean, eventually I want to see that thing up to $600, $700, and, you know, I mean, it all depends on what time frame. You know what I mean? 5, 6 years from now, that thing could be a $600, $700, do a stock split. And they go right back up to 2. The thing is like Nvidia. I was saying this morning. What's sad about this, right? It feels like it's early in this AI stuff, they've been a company for a while now, but like it feels like it's early for the like for like what Nvidia is doing. It feels like it's early, but even though it's early, like, do you understand like what it means to be to have $1 trillion market cap? Like, there is not much more expansion past that. Like there's only so much money available out in the United States and in the markets, like which is the M1 and M2. I think there's 20 trillion total, like up for grabs and in the markets and in bank accounts. And so if you're $1 trillion, like, and you have Apple that's a trillion or 2 trillion, it's like, so the growth is what I'm getting at, is like you're already like what are you going to go to 2 trillion? Okay, but how much? Like, what is that? That's 100%. That means the stock going from 400 to 800, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? You can get 100% out of like Micron, or like SoFi. SoFi could give you 100%, or Snowflake. Snowflake actually is one that I really like for a long term. So it's like if $433 a share puts you at $1 trillion market cap, like, I don't know how much farther it's going to go, and it probably will continue. It just sounds like it should be a $500-600 stock, $500-600 stock. But when you lift the hood up and you look under the hood, and it's like, whoa, you're $1 trillion market cap and you're just selling chips. Like, wait, hold on here. Like, I get you do business, you power the world, and like different, you have a lot of, you have a really good product, but it just kills me that it's already at $1 trillion. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing this thing at like 100 billion, like $750 million, not three quarters, but like 300 billion. You know what I mean? Like then you have some room. But now that it's already at $1 trillion, it's like saying, and I still feel it's early. If you know what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? It is crazy, bro. It is, because it's like this kind of stuff just came about, right? And yeah, we've known Nvidia is like top dog. I've owned it for a while. Bought the dip on it. I have not added back to it. But it just sucks that it's already got $1 trillion market cap on this run. And it's like, but so you got to think, like, if institutional ownership's buying it, what's their price target? What do they put this at? 2 trillion? Like $1.5 trillion? Because it's like like just putting it together, it's like, how much room do you have to grow is the question. You've already like pretty much maxed out like 10 years worth of growth, saying that you're $1 trillion, because you're saying you're as big as Apple pretty much. It just sucks. It just sucks. Yeah, man, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it put in the pattern for it too. I played the upside a few times on it. Um, I don't think I put it. I don't think I tried to short it, because we knew it wasn't working. I tried to let it, like, I was waiting to see if it would pull back, but it never did. You know. Um. So, and that's like even long term. I gotta think, guys. So J.P. Morgan just gave this thing a price target of 500. So if it gets to like 450, 480, like, you got to think about like taking something off the table, because we're going to have a small recession later on. It's like, it's not going to stay up here forever. Like, there'll be another chance to, like, you're not going to get it at $100. I promise. I promise that we ain't getting it back. The market's not going to give you that, but that's crazy to think that it's up 4 times. 400%, bro. In 4 months. I did buy in here, by the way, too. I bought here, and I bought here. Didn't know it was going to go to 108. I should have picked up a little more. Just didn't know what the future had. I kind of was like waiting, and then before you knew it, it was already back up highs. And I'm like, I've already owned it since, 2019. Picked some up in 2020. So I'm going to be thinking about taking some off the table because I know we're going to get a pullback later on next year. What you do is you just set a trailed stop. You know what I mean? You go down, it hits your stop. Okay. You know what I mean? So what? It comes back. Just put the position back on. So what? You got to pay tax. Fuck all that taxes. Like trying to play games around taxes. Like the thing is like the way I look at it is if you're not paying any taxes, you're not making any money. And as you can see, like with Meta and some other things, Meta, you got lucky. But like, look at some of these other stocks. Like, the government's going to take their piece, their portion, but the market can take it all. Like something could happen, and if you don't put a trailed stop in, then the market could take it all. The government's always going to take some. The market could take it all. Look at that pattern, though, man. It was a beauty. I want to look at Adobe real quick. I got to get back in the game. ADBE. So we do have. It looks like we do have AI back on the list today. I want to look at Carvana and just see because if these stocks give us another run, I kind of want to be there for the party. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. On the SPY, I don't know. I have to go back and look at it. Um, my prediction is what I would do is I would just watch the Qs, and if tech's still strong, it's lagging it a little bit this morning. So the Qs are rejecting up here. So if you look at this daily, this is a big level right here. Doesn't mean we can't break through it and regain it. So the Qs are back at yesterday's high. Where's the SPY? It's not there. It's not even at yesterday's close. So the SPY is lagging. This is the picture you got to paint for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so the Dow's Dow's not at close, yesterday's close either, and then the IWM. So it's just tech. So what this is telling you is that you just want to be on tech. Well, look at IWM. IWM is actually above yesterday's close. So maybe we want to look at small cap tech. That's what this is telling me. All right. You want to be NASDAQ names, small cap. Wait, let's see. Yeah, this is the close. Like, look, bro, that's pretty crazy. IWM and the Qs are at yesterday's high. So I might look for the IWM. I wonder what's holding the SPY back. It could be like energy. It could be, I'm not sure what it is. So if these two go, then it will, like, the SPY will just slowly slug right behind it. You know, it'll have no choice. I mean, Microsoft and all them are making new highs. So Google, I was thinking about Google like earlier today. I'm like, this thing's just, it could be a fun stock to play, but it just doesn't want to be. We have Amazon. Bring up the hourly. So I'm gonna look for on the SPY. Let's see. I think MSFT. You just have to look at Nvidia. So Nvidia should be bringing the SPY up. Microsoft should be bringing the SPY up. Microsoft's blasted through that triple top there. And I don't know. I have no idea why the SPY is lagging. Oh, it could be the healthcare. Let's look at like UNH. Is it healthcare? Is it oil? So yeah, healthcare is down this morning. Maybe it's healthcare and banks holding the SPY down. So let me go to like JP Morgan. JP Morgan's past yesterday's high. I have no idea. I don't know why the SPY is where it's at. Oh, there's the upside. See, there's the upside. All right, so it changed. So it's getting its way up to close now. I was gonna say because the SPY was down here when we just did that. It was like down here. It felt like, what's going on here? There's like a big divergence. Like I said, I'm gonna expect the SPY to follow the Qs and stuff. Let's see if So what I want to watch for though is if the Qs can get through this. If they get through yesterday's high. If they break yesterday's high and we pull back, okay, so we broke it. We broke yesterday's high, guys. So if we pull back and hold this pre-market, if we hold right here, guys, I want to be long the Qs. I want to be long the Qs right, dude, come on. I hate that. If I click the damn mouse, I obviously want to draw a circle. Like, come on. I want to be long right here. I want to buy a pullback and go long, and then I'm going to take profits up as we extend to this level up here. There might be a level that they reverse it off of, and it might be in between here, but I'm gonna try and get up to this red thing. I can make it white if it makes it easier. I don't know how well or not you guys can see it, but the price for that is, I'll make it a double actually too. Call it 374, 370, 375 is where it's at. Yeah, 370, 373. That's my level. That's where I want to see if the Qs get to. And if the Qs can get there, then I think the SPY can get to its mark. Look at it. Look at it going. That's crazy. Yeah, 370, 370 is what it is. So, 373 and 3/4, which would be 75. So I want to pull back. All I want is a pullback right into that level. See if we get it. And I'm going to look for, now that the Qs have broke yesterday's high, let's see if the SPY has broke yesterday's close. It should be right at it. It broke it, see? There we go. We broke it. So as long as the Qs, if the Qs pull back and hold, I'm going to look for the SPY to get up to yesterday's high. And there's the tail. And there's the tail. We have a lot of penny stocks popping off. Here's Bull. No, don't exit out of it. Bullard's comments. He's over in Norway, and that's why the market started to put in some downside. Because he was saying that additional rates may be needed. We know that. At least I do. I don't know how everybody else feels. It's really not that hard to realize that we probably could use another rate hike. SoFi, AutoZone, Nvidea, Meta. I'm trying to find stocks that are like gonna give me some strength. If it didn't already do it yesterday. Like Snow, I wouldn't mind having, if I was able to get a pullback in Snow at 190. I wouldn't mind a pullback in Snow. I need to put on some music. That's what I need to do. I think that would help a lot. Yeah, man. I was looking at them earlier. So remember yesterday, we had that wherever they said something about the hacking or something. It was funny because I drew it on, like I was looking at it for a couple minutes. Right here. It was yesterday. Yesterday I briefly looked at CrowdStrike because it went through the wire about the shit, whatever the hell it's called. The fucking that hacking stuff that they said happened, and then it just broke out. I'm like, it sat there and put in a bull flag, put in this like nice upside pennant just to go higher, like it knew beforehand. It already knew that the hacking news was going to come out. It just felt that way because look at the support it was up against. It broke through the support and kind of put a double bottom, just sat there, and then bang. But yeah, we'll see if we get continuation on Crowd. Good job, bro. I'm gonna put out the targets for that real quick. See if we get a continuation. Worst case, okay. Worst case, what do? We look for a pullback to yesterday's high. No, you bastard. Dude, why is it? Oh, it's because it's not the... Yeah, we want to look for a pullback to this pivot high right here. Man, that's pretty, dude. That's pretty nice. And look, it's pulling back right now. Okay, we got 2 minutes, guys. We got 2 minutes, gang. 2 minutes. I'm going to look for this, right here. I'm going to look for the high of day. I'm going to look for a pullback to go long. Where am I going to go long to? That's the other question. Where am I going to go long to? Where am I going long to? I have a double top here. 168 is one level. Yeah, I like that right there. I want to get 170. Fuck. I gotta hurry. Shit, I hate this. I hate coming down to the wire and got to get all my shit straight. Damn it. There goes Tesla and shit. Come on. 129. It's okay. I'll let the I don't have to be in a rush. We don't have to be in a rush. We'll let the market do what it does. Boom. Get rid of appearance. Grid. Uncheck. Apply. Boom. Let's see. Come on, 3 minutes. Okay, there's the pullback, guys. There's a pullback to yesterday's high. Here it comes. See if it breaks yesterday's high. All right, there's the bell. What am I doing? Fuck. Putin says Ukraine's military has no chances. Look at that pullback right to yesterday's high, guys. See if it can hold. It's got to... Look, that might be a perfect test of yesterday's high, and now it's bouncing right back off of it. Come on, I need my MACD. It might break down a little bit on it. I don't know. We'll have to see. Where the hell is the MACD? Studies. There it goes. It broke it. It broke it. But it could, then what do? You look for yesterday's close. Look for yesterday's close. That's all you can do. Boom. I don't know how much relative strength CrowdStrike has is also the other question. Okay. I really don't. You want something with relative strength, like SoFi, like TSM, AI, semiconductors. Okay. There's TSM. It's pulled back to yesterday's close. See if we can get the... Come on, you fuck! Excuse my language. I'm sorry. So there's the pullback on TSM. Equities. Boom. 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 So the S&Ps have rejected, or just pulling back. See if the SPY is holding. What's the Qs doing? What are the Qs doing? You know what? I can keep this actually up. Yep, so watch. You might want to watch that level for the SPY, see if it holds. I need to see what the Qs are doing. Look at the reversal on the Qs, guys. So if the Qs can't... Oh, I have it brought up there. Guys, watch AMD. If the Qs go to the downside, you want to watch AMD. Look at the candle on AMD. Look at AMD. Look at that volume too. So if the Qs are going to reject, you have to see the weak. You have to be on the weakest name of the sector. Every other stock's making new highs other than AMD. Just be patient. So we're pulling back to test the previous high of yesterday on the Qs. All right. What do we have? I don't know what we have as far as pre-market. I shouldn't be worried about it, but in a sense I am. Okay, so does this pullback hold? That's the question. On the Qs. Does the pullback hold? Looks like it kind of didn't. I feel like it's going to make it. I feel like it's going to turn the close into resistance. Right here. No. Let's see what happens. Just got to be patient. Okay, this is the 1 minute. Okay, so I do have the 1 minute up here. There's VWAP. Qs looked like they were getting some volume on the downside, I think. I don't know what the Qs are doing. I don't know if we're just if this is if we're gonna sell off, if we're gonna hold the close. Okay, I have it right there. Carvana's going again, so AI might be going again too. So Micron's selling off because of this. There's news going across the wire on Micron. Look at the Qs just breaking down. You want to watch for yesterday's close on the Qs, gang. Watch yesterday's close. MU, Micron, big downside. What are we going to look for? We want if Micron's going to be weak, we want to short bounces. If we can get a bounce back right there on Micron, and I'm not even logged into my freaking brokerage. Fuck. There was the bounce. This might be the flag bounce back. It might pop up higher because look how far extended you are from the 9 EMA and VWAP. Shit. I can't believe this. It's okay. Don't rush, gang. Don't rush, guys. Remember, they pull back. Look, we're pulling back. The volume's still kind of sluggish. Come on, man. Sorry, guys. I didn't know it was on. I gotta... Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Look at the volume on Micron, guys. Look how big that selling is. Look how big the sell pressure is on Micron. I may take a short on Micron if I get my bounce back. Look how big that volume is. That's a good short. And the Qs are pulling back as well. So just what you want to look for. You want to be strong the strong names and weak the weak stocks, guys. That's all that I try and help you guys stress. Like, look at this resistance. You want to be short here. You don't want to be short down here, but you wanted to bounce to here. That is a big drop, though. It's already down 3% off the open. Let's see what happens if the Qs start to catch a bid. See what happens if the Qs start to catch a bid. And look, oh my fucking, everything that is, I'm so discombobulated right now. Yeah, so we broke that level, guys, where we tailed it. Yep, I actually put that there too.
Micron shares MU, Micron bouncing off the lows now, 67.58.
That's the area. That was the area to be short on Micron. Because you're... Oh my flipping gosh. I guess they're... I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud, guys. I'm just speaking out loud. Maybe it comes back to VWAP and trade line. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get everything situated. Because I don't want pre-market on. But with Micron, I needed it on. Guys, just give me 1 second, and then I'm going to come back on, and I will let you guys know if I enter a position. See what I mean? But with that level on the short side. All right, good deal. Good deal, good deal, good deal. So CV and A, Carvana, they said was going off. It was one on the watch list that we were going to watch for. Okay, so guys, listen. The cues were leading to the upside. If things switch, you have to recognize that things are switching. That the cues, if they're leading to the upside, they may start to lead to the downside. So keep your eye on that. This could be also another level of support. This could be the level of support. All right. And that's not even yesterday's close. It's almost there, but
Lordstown Motors shares resuming after a circuit breaker halt right now off the highs at $5.08 from their India Delta Echo.
do they buy the dip? So what am I supposed to be looking at? TSM. Can't be long TSM if the Qs are weak. What do I do? What am I doing here? There's trade line VWAP cross. Okay, to the downside. Look at that indecision. Sophie, the banks. Look at SoFi, guys. SoFi's strong. SoFi looking for the close, yesterday's close. It's going up on weaker volume, so we might. It feels like we're gonna start off on a down day. Looks like we might have a down day today, or a pullback. I don't know. Listen, it's OpEx. Weird things happen, so just sit tight. Here's a nice level for the SPY. There's like a double top pivot high something. I don't know. He said I did. I expected it to go down. Look at the Qs, guys. The Qs are getting slaughtered now. It came into that resistance level. I had a feeling there was a price target in there. Now that doesn't mean the dip can't be bought, because now you're in. Now you came to an area of possible support. All right, there's the retest. You retested it again, which is right here. Come on, 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 come on. So that's a low volume pullback. Like the volume got decreased. So let's see if we can throw a long on like on the Qs or something. See if we can retest this pre-market. I kind of let's go to the flexible grid first. Let's put in the work. Let's just not take any guesses here. Volume isn't too bad. Let's look at our Volt ratio. Volt is kind of positive, but looking to the downside. And looking to get there quick in a hurry. The Volt bearish. Volt and the tick is bear. Look at that advanced decline line, bearish, working its way to 0 to go negative, bearish. All right, so this is where I want to see if the SPY can hold. I want to see what the SPY does here. The Qs are kind of holding. I want to see if we get some buying stepping in. I'm gonna take a shot on a long on the Qs, and I'm not expecting much. I just want to see if we retest like the range. I want to see if we retest the range. Yesterday we put in a high, or pre-market we put in the high, so the level broke, but the volume's still down. So, man, these contracts are ridiculous. Honestly, they're so bad. I don't even want to do the Qs. Maybe that's why I should do it. Hold on, I gotta go shut the window real quick. I hear it's starting to rain. Just give the market a couple minutes to set its footing in. Scout the Baba as well. Nice. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at it. I kind of wanted to look at tech and you know. So look, guys, what did I say? Short off that area on Micron. It might bounce back a little bit and play, but that was the nice short right there.
Up 84% in ABB.
Oh my gosh, I'm sitting there talking the whole time and the mic wasn't on. Okay. I was just talking about Micron and the Qs, how, you should start to see an increase in volume, off of that rejection there. But you had the 38.2 fib. You didn't have any other moving averages, but that was pretty much it. Looks like SoFi's turning around to go back down the other direction. So we just gotta see what's strong, what's weak. Let me see ENPH and FSLR. They're probably. Alright, this might be a level you want to look for. Look at the volume. If the SPY doesn't catch a bid there, we need to catch a bid here. We need to see volume with it.
ADRT, All Disruptive Technology, $12.21 company announced earlier a partial distribution of TOG securities of about $2.12 for each share of Alpha Alliance common stock. That's Alpha Delta Romeo Tango shares up about 13.7% now off the earlier pre-market highs. ADRT.
ADRT. Come on, ADRT. So this is up 11%. What are the Qs doing? Like I said, I wonder if we just like can't regain and don't have strength and get rejected at VWAP or the 90 MA. I'm kind of curious to see. Turkey bot, you gotta get daddy just 1 minute. Come here. Come here. Come up here. Come here. Where you at? Come here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Turkey. I don't know where she went. So guys, watch. So look, the Qs. Look at this. AMD almost back to 121. Was that the downside target? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I mean. Like, and look at the other ones. Like, look at Nvidea and look at. Like, I wouldn't say it right now, but dude, I don't like. Look at the volume on the Qs on this pop. I wouldn't trust it. All right, I'm thinking the short side for right now. Things can change. Like, it can change. Doesn't mean that you have to be short. Like, it doesn't mean that the Qs can't go long, but like right now, look at the bounce back and look at this volume. You see what I mean? See how little this volume is? It is Friday, but still. You got to bounce back on weak volume. So that tells me chances are the upside, maybe it just comes out of nowhere. I don't know. We'll just have to like just let it play out. I'm going to let it play out for a second. Oh, she's using the bathroom. That's why. So if the Qs cannot go, let me go look at the 15-minute also. I hate that I have to do so much clicking. I hate it. Like, it needs to be, you need to be able to be faster at this. You can't just be sitting here clicking around and spending all your time like bullshitting. You need to be able to set your stuff up. And so how about if I extend it here? Oh, again, 10 o'clock, we have data, Michigan sentiment. Remember that. So if you guys don't put on a position, if you have a position on before 10 o'clock, you might get your ass handed to you. It might go the opposite direction. It may go in your favor. But I assure you, you're going to get caught in a move that's going to go up and then back down, or back down, like it goes down and then back up. All right, you're going to get some movement here. I feel like the Qs want to get down here. Sure feels like it. It's trying to increase. Should probably take the long. Let's see. Let me see. Where's AMD? Yeah, look how weak AMD is. That's what I say, guys. If the Qs are going to be weak and sell off, then you got to look for AMD to be weak as well. There it is. That's the pivot point right there. 121.42. 121.40. There's, you know. Qs are selling off on less volume. Sophie. What? Bean butt. What is it, BB? Okay, so there's a... So is this a gap? No, this is a gap down double bottom. Come here. Come up here. Hi. You say hi to everybody. Alright, let's watch the Qs here. See if the Qs try and break out. See if they try to bring some volume in on this thing. But you're gonna have to wait. Again, they might wait for data. This is probably why we haven't really broke out on volume or anything, or you have any, you know, this, you have such a low volume at this time. So we get what we have is important, guys. The markets always move on this number. Michigan inflation expectation, Michigan consumer sentiment. So how do you read the Michigan numbers? Anything over 50 is expansion and anything under 50 is contraction. So Michigan consumer sentiment, 59.2 is previous. That's not too bad. Now if it's under 50, it's, you know, the further under 50, the not so good it is. And that data comes out at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. And then we have some oil data at 1. So there might be a play there on oil. Now I have the squawk box whenever it comes through. It'll give us the data. I think this is why you're seeing stocks like SoFi, the Qs. Like, do you notice how like certain stocks are just sitting at these like certain points right now? AMD, look how AMD is just sitting here. They're waiting for this data to come out. You see how they're just sitting here? They're like, all right, so we're at support. We're 2 minutes away from Michigan numbers. If it's bad, we're gonna wait and sell it off, or if it's good, we're gonna go higher. It's hard to say, guys. But isn't it funny how it works out like that? You take notice and stuff like that. Look at AMD. AMD's down here too. So you're just gonna look around and notice that where the stocks are at this time, because they're waiting for this data. Looks like SoFi is trying to break. Yeah, SoFi broke. SoFi getting a pullback. Where can I look to get long? It still hasn't broke my target yet. So I should technically still be good around this level here. 874, 873-ish. Call it 875. Gap down, goes up. Gap up, goes down.
Coming up, Michigan consumers.
Gap down, hopefully goes up.
Consensus is 60.
Consensus is 60. Okay. Wait. Okay. I was like, what? Looks like the data is out. It looks like it is 63.9 consumer sentiment. 60.
60
Um,
consensus, 63.9.
63.9.
Michigan consumer
Oh my
sentiment.
God.
S&P futures getting a pop here.
So that's better than expected, gang. Better than expected. That's a 3.3% change. Damn. Current conditions 68 versus 65. So look for upside, guys. Even though we've already had upside all week, it may already price it in. Uh, maybe the market reverses because it's already priced it in. I'm not sure. TSM. I gotta find something, guys. MU. MU has news. MU's right back up here. If the Qs can't go green. Tesla's still going to the highs, guys. Tesla has room up to 266. Come on, MU. I want MU to come up with some volume here to be able to get some more downside. The volume's decreasing, so it may spike up. I'm not sure. I know you're tired, sweetheart. I know. You just gotta go call it a day. You gotta call it a day and stop fighting. You know, fight that sleeps. You tired, you tired. I know, baby. She's just headbutting me. She's headbutting me, wanting me to... Let's see, Sophie. I know, baby. Come here. Okay, lay down.
All right, the
So guys, you got a trade line VWAP cost right now going on a ride. See what this thing wants to do. You can play the stock. I don't know if they have options. I want to pull back. See if we can pull back into here somewhere and look for a long. Got to give it a little time. Yeah, like I said, JP Morgan gave them a price target of 500, so they're going to be strong. I mean, I don't know if they're ripping or this. Let me see. Sorry, my cat's like right by the mic if you guys hear. Okay. Just putting in a V bottom here. If it does get going, it should help the Qs. It'll help the SPY. So SPY is at this area.
Live on Twitter.
It's 10:08. Just remember, it's Friday, so volume could just die out from here on out. It's hard to say. Just stay wherever the volume and the liquidity is. Okay, so look there. Ride's coming into the 50-day. If Ride breaks the 50-day, it has room to $10. Up to the 100-day. I mean, it just has room up there. But you have a pivot high. You have some structure here at $6.93, $7. Oh, come on. Did Ride just halt? No, it didn't. Alright, so $7 psychological, $7 flat if it can break through the 50-day is what I would look for. You got a gap fill right here at roughly $7.75, give or take a few cents. And then you'll be working up to the 100-day. Yeah, then your next resistance will be at the 100-day. Alright, good luck, man. Good luck, bro. Don't, I would, not that it can't work, you know, that's a break of yesterday's low, bro. You don't ever buy calls on a break of prior day's low, prior day's close. You're below everything. What I would do is I would watch for that right there to become resistance again, or really this level here. But again, it can go higher. There's a 90 MA test. The buying side is kind of increasing. Yeah, the Qs are, the thing is, the Qs are back at VWAP. Where's AMD? It's here. Nvidia's going up, but I think there was something out on Nvidia or something about Nvidia. They're upgrading Nvidia and not AMD or something. I don't know. Oh shit. So doesn't mean it can't happen. You can go long on it. So you can get a squeeze. I know people that want to short it, but I'm gonna watch what it does here at yesterday's low. It broke yesterday's low. I don't even want to watch it. There's not. Let's see. There's not. Yeah, there's not much volume on AMD, so you could get a break back to the upside. Let's see. So the Qs are back into yesterday's range. There, it's between yesterday's close and yesterday's high. And again, I wonder if, like, Tesla's or AMD's getting ready to make a move, whether it's to the upside or downside. You see it getting real fidgety, how it's moving around. Oh, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's a whole day's work right there. Maybe I'm not seeing the picture, but it should bounce back. Should get a bounce back into this area and then decide whether or not it's going to hold it. Alright, so there's the Qs. The Qs are testing VWAP. I'm not going to be surprised at all if we go green. Nice rejection on the Qs. Look, here comes the buying coming in on the Qs right on the close. Right off of yesterday's close. The buyers are trying to hold it up. That was right on par. That was right on par. They just came right on in with the dip buy on the pullback. Baby, you gotta watch the screen, please, okay? You gotta watch the monitor. Okay, I'm looking at ride. Let's, it looks like it wants to, got a trade line view across. Abby, please stop. There it goes. Look, there it goes. I didn't have enough time to get in. Let's see. It hasn't went yet, but it's gonna go. Well, I have my targets. There's the new high on ride. There's the new high on ride. Give me a pullback, please. Just give me a pullback so I can get long this thing. And that's... Okay, now that she's down, I can put my keyboard back up here and... Come on, man. Fuck. I get another pullback. I'm buying ride. I'm just gonna buy the stock itself. Cause we got a decrease on volume there. Maybe people didn't see it. I'm gonna watch it. If I miss it, I miss it. But I had a feeling right here. I was trying. I was trying to get to it, and as far as putting my order, getting my orders and stuff in, kind of snuck up on me. So what is AI doing? What are we up to? Look, it's up 37% already. This thing has a huge short float, guys, too.
RIDE, Lordstown Motors, Milmore High, still up 38%. Romeo India Delta Echo.
It's still going, man. That was a nice buy there. There's the increase in volume that you wanted to see. There it is. There's the increase in volume. The Qs still have not broke VWAP, guys. It could not retain VWAP. Do we start getting some volume in here? When do the Bears or Bulls give up? I think you give up yesterday's close. Watch out. Not that you're going to get like a ton of downside, but I really think you could see a pullback. It's got to be up here if I decide to take that. SoFi broke down. Okay, so there is a gap down here at 824 on SoFi. I didn't know the mic was off. I don't know what. That's funny. I was saying, I forget what I was saying, but I was talking. I said, had a couple things. Look at Unity, guys. Unity's taking off to the upside. That still is so crazy, bro. Those Lordstown Motors ride contracts went from 30 cents to $1. Like, that's what I want, man. I want some big hitters. You know what I mean? All right, so the Qs are coming up to VWAP. What's this? IWM. I'm still watching the Qs because that volume is low. That volume is low going up through VWAP. Where do they step in? High a day? Do they step in here? Okay, so there you go. There's your reversal. Not the reversal, but there's your increase in volume on the Qs. There's a SPY. SPY caught a bid. AI broke down. Instinctively had that kind of in the back of my mind. I wouldn't be playing it unless it just sits here for another day. Like literally sits right here. He just keeps it like from like just keeps it held up here for another day. Then I might consider the long, but I don't know. I feel like it's more likely to break down from here than anything else. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Look, that's a failed to break higher on the Nasdaq. We might just sit here all day and put in a range. It's
Putin
possible.
said Russia could have wanted to destroy parts of central Kiev in response to provocations, but has chosen not to do so for various reasons.
Come on, we got MU Mycon's got to break down from here. Nope. There goes the Q's. Come on, MU. Come on.
Putin said usage of nuclear weapons is possible in theory in case of danger to our territory, but there is no need. We have more such weapons than NATO has.
Huh? We have more weapons than NATO has. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. What's the point of adding all that stuff in? What's the point of saying you have more than the other? Like it's all just it's all just a show. Um, so that was pretty big. I wonder what the market does now. Cause you just got a kind of insight on Putin's war. So all right, cues are breaking back down. I might try and put on a micron short. I need volume though. This volume sucks. Oh, that was a big candle. It's just not breaking, man. It's just not breaking. Wonder what. Let me check and see what Google's doing. There goes AMD. I think AMD's got a hold here. If you get another breakdown, see, there's no volume. Doesn't really have volume with it. That's the only worry there. Or that's TSM. I'm sorry, that's not AMD. It's looks like it's trying to gain some ground here. Alright, Q's broke on lighter volume. Just watch, because it might not be a day to take positions. It might just sit here, guys. It might not make the move till the afternoon. It might not make a move at all. Anything can happen.
MU, Micron Technology, key bank out with a note. Impacts from China's memory ban. Further, Micron this morning filed an 8K and indicated now estimates the impacts of the cyber space administration of China's actions to increase to a LDD percentage of total revenue.
All right. So news coming back out on MU.
And MSD percent initially represents about half of the China HQ customer revenue. That's Micro Uniform. To review this development is modestly negative for Micron, but partially offset by signs of stabilization in memory pricing and second half recovery. That's Micron, MU. As of Micron now at 67.47 off the earlier lows.
I say I'm still here, guys. It's just was that a bounce on the queues? There's not. I'm just looking. Like I say, it's Friday. It's been a big week. We had a big day yesterday. It's hard to say how this ends or what happens today. The volume just really isn't there. Um. So yeah, but I'm here. If you guys have any questions or whatever, if you guys see something, shout it out. See if we can find something. If you don't know, Tesla or Elon is doing some questioning or something somewhere. If you want to listen to it or whatever. God damn it. I'm gonna bounce on Bitcoin. So watch Coinbase. It's so funny. They're talking about the fragrance now. Watch Bitcoin, watch Coinbase. Whatever Bitcoin, so like Bido, Mara, Riot, all them. It's just struggling right here at this area. I don't know
Voice
what
mods can produce high quality audio clips and edit pre recorded
it's
audio.
putting in a lower high. So we'll see what happens, guys. There's the pop again. We'll see what happens. Just keep it on watch. Why we couldn't get up to this 25.7 level and break up above it, turn 26 into support. So I'm gonna leave it on the 5 minute, but I don't like how this is. It's different on the other one. It's so weird. Thank you guys for joining us. If you could like, share, and subscribe, tell a friend. Um, it might be a slow day. There's another tail being put in. Another tail being put in. It's kind of got a downtrend. It's another tail. I'm just gonna keep it on watch because if we start to notice Bitcoin start to go, we could catch the upside on Raya, Marit, Bido, whatever you want to call it, BITO, Coinbase. I don't know about Coin, but we can get on something early, and that's what you want to do, and get on something early where there's a lot of meat on the bone, and you can really bring in some good profit. It's the goal. This is how you get better. You start to see trends, you start to notice things, you get on them, you don't think about it. You kind of instinctively let it tell you when it's time, and it will. You'll say, "Yeah, I'm going to put something on cuz it's holding. It's starting to go up." You start digging into it, start doing a little more work. Maybe you find some moving averages or like, some bullish divergence or something, and you get long, and 2 weeks later it's up like crazy, and you got in from, kind of like what we did with Baba, kind of like what we did with Ford. All those moves we called, and now the moves have been made. Now we got to sit back and wait for the next one. You know. Let's see here. Leave it. Let's see. Oh, I can turn it back on. Fuck it. And what's crazy is Sam Zell passed away. He was one of the biggest REITs, like real estate moguls in the world, and like he was big in the markets. You never really heard anything after he died. I don't watch the news really because I'm busy doing my own thing, but it's pretty. I just thought that was crazy. I thought that was pretty crazy. Nice. I'll check it out, man. I mean, that's not. You're on the right side. You know, I feel like we could get a pullback coming in. Look at AI. If AI gets going, it could come down. Volume's not necessarily there with it, but yeah, let's. I'm gonna check out Target. Maybe I might follow you on that. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. See how we're just chopping. We kind of expected this. Well, I mean, Target, you got room to here, man. You know, you got room down to this 134.54, but the thing is you don't know when it's going to get there. You don't know if it gets there today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Sunday. I'm just playing. But seriously, you know, you don't know. We just don't know when it's going to get there. So it's kind of that's all. Look, Q's just popped right back up to VWAP. See if it rejects it again, or if it holds it, or if it sits up above it. Like, see how it sat up here. See if it does that and then falls back down again. I wonder if it tries to make like a small move in the afternoon. I know that like there's been all this talk about OpEx and shit, but this has been the worst year for OpEx. Either they've been doing it because they've been putting on new positions the day before or something because it's just been bad. Like it's just been like this. It's been a nothing burger. All like it's Friday, and we had a big week. Yes, big week, big day yesterday. Like there's a lot of opportunity in this market. NAVB, NAVB, and NAVB is halted on news, guys. So watch this. This could get some volume. If you guys want to trade NAVB, halted on news. You see level 2? I don't even have the tape up. Um, that's weird. That's so weird because usually it'll be stuck on the same price. Sorry, my girl just called and was saying something about tornadoes in Lancaster or something, where there was a warning or something. I don't know. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. Just, you know what I mean? On days like this, you just, these are the ones that are going up. So, like this here, 30 cents. This is 120. It's 200%. NVS. See, so now we're getting a lot of biotech start to pop. There was news. What was the stocks? NVDR? NVD... I don't know what stock it was that I had up here that, NVDS? Yeah, I feel, buddy. But like I said, I wouldn't even... No, that's not what I want. NVDR, NVDA, NVDB, NVIDIA. There we go. I think it's this. Yeah. This is halted. There's just no volume in the market. Like I say, sometimes you got to sit on your hands and not necessarily worry about something or wait for news to break, you know. SoFi. So it's NAVB. NAVB. Okay.
FFIE, Faraday Future, getting a pop to the highs, 48 cents. Foxtrot, India Echo.
Look at them. Look at the tape. Look, 31,000 share sell order, 18,000. There's a brick wall right there. They said, shit, get out, get out, get out. They're buying into it. They're like, got some big boys in there selling it. That's so funny. Seen 37,000 share sell order, 40,000 share. It was just funny to see it. That was just funny because you seen it like go real like green. It's so funny. They said we out. I wonder if you get another big watch and see if this bounces back, right? And see if you get a big sell order. Oh look, there's a 47,500 order there on the buy side. 47,000 shares. I want to see the bounce back and see if they try to short it again up here. Look, 55,000. It just ripped. They're trying to short. Oh, God, it's going so quick. Somebody's going to... Look, I just feel like there's going to be another order that's going to pop up. Like, we get back up here. There should be another big sell order. They're going to try and short it. 47,000, told you. 47,000 shared, 19,000, 18,000. Boom. I love this shit, man. I really do. I love this shit. Look, they've taken it. They might start covering now. They might start covering. Buyers have won. Look, there's a 32,000 shares, so somebody's covering. Getting short squeezed. Oh my God, this is so nuts. This is insane.
WRX resuming now after a circuit breaker halt. There's off the highs now, 73 cents at a high of 96 cents. WRX, Whiskey Oscar Romeo X-ray.
Shit. Um. Um. TGT. Um. Yo, you got any storms by you, bro? Yeah, that isn't. I mean, it's not that. The thing is I don't know if you're missing that much on this. I don't know how much it's paying you. To be short, it's a nice move. That's what I tried to tell you. This was the area that you could at least look for 134.50, but um, you know, it's what it is. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's just getting to me. So, if it starts, I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys know if I go. If I gotta turn my computer off or anything, I can't let anything happen to it. My little ATM machine. It's um. So yeah, let me. I'm just doing. I just went and grabbed some stuff off the patio real quick and stuff. Nah, I didn't. I wanted to take Rivian, but there's no volume. I wanted to take Rivian. That one I missed it. Like I say, look, when I get into something, like I'm prepared, and I have my entry, and I take it. If it goes, and like I say, I brought up my stuff to put into order and get it, but it took off without me. It is what it is. I'll get it. I'm not even stressing it because like I know that's what keeps me. That's just what keeps me. On the right side is like getting my entries right, and that allows me to lose less. So the Q's just actually popped back up and went down. Like I said, it's a low volume day. If you were short, you had to be short right off the bell if you were playing the indexes. Rivian, or not Rivian, not fucking Rivian.
Ready for further arms control talks that Reuters citing Interfax.
I don't know. It was that one that was running this morning that I brought up. Something Motors. Now I fucking am drawn. It's not Lucid. Lee Auto? No. Shit, I forget what it was. It's on here. I brought it up. Yeah, there's Thunder. Guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Let me go make sure everything's good. Outside on the porch and stuff. I'll be right back. Alright. I am back. Sorry about that. Just a little nasty weather. It actually got so cold out there. It was actually pretty crazy. I don't think I've experienced it like that to that extent and to how quick it was with it getting cold. Like it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Like I walked outside and it was fine. I thought it was cold in here, and then snap of your fingers, it was they were talking about that this morning about UPS. They have a union strike, something they were supposed to have going on. Yeah, there was they were supposed to have something, like they were coming up to, or no, and also in GM. So watch out for GM in like September, because they have a strike for their union. They have to come to their agreement runs out. So they have to come up with, an agreement to, like, for paying people all kinds of shit. I don't know. UPS said they were giving them a bunch of fans and air conditioning in their trucks, and I don't know. I'm gonna look and see what it was. Let me find out. It probably won't be on here. Teamsters vote by 97% to strike if United Post fails to deliver a strong contract. Yeah, they're in a mix of a contract. I know that because they were saying about how they were going to give them like AC and the UPS vans and all this other stuff. So I did not know that UPS was union, though. That's the other part of that I had no idea. Yeah, that's cool, man. Just stay safe in the storms. I know there's supposed to be some more later on this afternoon. But yeah, I'll talk with you, man. You have a good one. At least you made some stuff happen today, bro. You don't, like I say, like for me, I don't have to come in and do anything every day. Or like, I try, but I don't go out of my way because I just can't. But yeah, man, I'll talk to you guys, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping by. Um, get watch for the whatchamacallit. Watch for the way we close today, guys. It's probably a good short opportunity right here. Looks like we just want to continue this down, up, down, up, down, up. Possibly down. Make a nice move down here. That'd be pretty sweet, right? Grab some poots. Grab some Putins. Yeah, I didn't hear what he said. Yeah, so I'm gonna just watch the cues. I'm just gonna watch the spy. I'm actually getting ready right now to. I got a cup of coffee brewing. I thought he just said Nate Diaz. The volume is shit compared to yesterday. Like I said, guys, we had a lot of volume yesterday, a lot of opportunity. They're not putting risk on. Today's not a risk on type of day. I wouldn't mind the puts here though on the cues. Hell, even the I haven't looked at it yet, but the spy. 5.25 hurricane in France, guys, girls, anybody that's on here listening. Yeah, that just came through. So, at least it's not 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or something crazy. Alright, so I'm watching the Qs here. I'm watching Google. Google's got more of an uptrend. Like, if you notice, like, see how we dip here? We dip and we dive up. We, like, Qs come up. Good portion. Come down. And then it, like, barely gets over this on the Qs. Like, they're pretty much even. But you see how Google extends past it? Pulls back and puts in a higher low, but the Qs put in a lower low. So I'm kind of wanting to see if Google wants to try and go to the upside and what all wants to happen here. So, not that Google has anything really to do with the Qs, but you know, just I don't know. Just trying to. I'm gonna go through some stocks and stuff. I need to. I'm gonna turn that. I'm gonna put my window down. Hold on. 10 minutes we get Baker Hughes rig count, guys. So if you want to put up maybe possibly USO, UNG, natural gas, oil, USO, etc., you know, the way of the land, I would hope. XLE, you know, things like that. UNG. It's a boring day, so anybody that is on the desk, they're going to be wanting to look at this and see if there's opportunity when this data comes out. Alright? It might be little changed. Okay? Little changed is my guess. And that's going to be here in 10 minutes. What I tell y'all? Keep an eye on Bitcoin and play the Bitcoin stocks. I mean, let's see what happened. Look, it broke. Broke through the levels. There was a trade. I had a storm. I had to go out and go do a bunch of stupid shit. Not stupid shit, but you know what I mean. I had to go make sure all the stuff wouldn't just blow away, and so I might do a little work this afternoon and into the weekend, and I think I might put a position on. See if we can't get back up to 2,700. There was that short.
last month.
I got caught up watching the Weather Channel and making a cup of coffee, but I was kind of liking that. It looked like a good trade.
Definitely in a recession. The forex league.
Ain't in no goddamn recession. What you talking about? Not yet. Some people might be. Some people might be. I don't know. I can't really say that. It depends on what sector you're in. You want to talk? Go ask Ben Mallow if we're in a recession. Did you guys see what I just showed you? I don't know if you caught that or not. I need to speak into the mic first off. This time you don't fucking speak in that mic. Check her out. What you seeing? What you see with your little eyes? Let's see here. We got. I'm just gonna bring her on down. We're gonna bring her on down until you see what it is you should be seeing. What you see? What you see there, my friend? What is it that you see there, my friend? It looks like we got a reverse head and shoulder. Or not a reverse. Why do I keep saying reverse? Like everything's got to be reverse or flipped or inverse. We have a shoulder, a head, and another shoulder. So I'm going to be watching that area next week to go possibly possibly go that color, to go red. We'll get like a test like this, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but chances are it's having trouble extending and breaking out. So chances are the thing is it's like you don't really want to set it up right now because you're going to have 2 days worth. Like if you're playing options, now if you're shorting it, it's different. But if you're playing options, you have 3 days of time decay that you got to worry about. So it wouldn't be best, unless you think it's going to break today, this afternoon, and break down, curl back up, and then hit this level to bounce back off. I want to wait for the break, the pull back to here, and then take the short. I want to be short on the pullbacks. Just like this here. See how it went long? It found resistance, pulled back to the top of the candle practically, which is there's no real rhyme or reason for that one. But I'm sure if you look to the left, there's something. And then, it breaks to the upside. It pulls back, and what's it do? It turns it turns this into support now. But what do we see here? What do we have going on? We have the RSI, MACD. See how it put in another high with, like, stock put in a high, came up, boom, put in a new high, which was right there, this little bit. And then this high, which was right there. But then what happened? So we pull back. It pulls back. You put in a new high. You put in another high. And it's still all the way down here about to go negative. So give me the shout. You know what? I might buy puts right now for next week, bro. If you want to try me. If you guys want to try me, I'm going to do it right now. Watch. Say I won't. Say I won't buy some puts. First, I gotta check on my mama, the 15-minute. I gotta ask her first. No, I'm just playing. I ain't gotta ask nobody. But, for real, I do want to see this. It's telling you the same story. You know what I mean? You're making new highs. You start making new highs here, and it's like, no. Ain't nobody buying up here, bro. This is just the market makers keeping it up there. This is market, like, this is like the depth. This is like the thickness. Alright? You got a massive, like, you have some buying and shit going on here, but it's like, it's really there. That's all new, fresh money getting piled in, and then you make this new high. It's just that there's no sellers to bring it down. It's just like there's buyers, and they're just bidding it up. So you made a new high with less money than you did here. Just in a sense. This is moving average convergence divergence is what this is. This has nothing to do with, money. You want to see that, then put an accumulation distribution line. Another word for it is like chalk and money flow. It's pretty much like an advanced decline. Not really. But anyway, so Yeah, you put in a new high and your MACD went negative. Wait, what? You have a negative MACD right now. So I like this for the downside for next week, guys. I really do. I'm calling it now. I think we could put in a range. I think we're starting to put in a little range. And I wouldn't mind getting some Putins from Russia. Wouldn't mind getting a few. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a little not tired. Just gets a little lonely. Get a little weird. Sit here by yourself looking at a screen with a bunch of numbers running up and down the screen and these these candlesticks. You know what I mean? Give it a little time, you get a little weird. So it's all good. If you guys see anything, holla at your boy. Let me know if you see something running. You see this? This fucking guy is weird as shit. He sits by himself, talking like George Bush and shit. So what it does to you, man? Fucking make you crazy. Can I ask you why they're saying this talk about rhetoric of like nuclear talk and stuff like that? The man didn't say anything about nuclear stuff. He said it wouldn't be, it isn't needed. It's not necessary.
Coming up pop here now, Shaquille O'Neal tweeting, "Welcome to my Shack Pack. Shaq's Garage has sped its way onto the cartoon channel on Pluto TV." The golf.
What?
Netflix on this dip. I don't know. I mean, we bought it a lot lower in the long term. I'm not really. I wouldn't buy it here. I think you still got some upside, but just keep in mind. I mean, earnings is in a month, so you need to see what happens.
So my point again, going back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. I'm just kidding. I listened to the Putin thing this morning. He didn't say anything about nuking or doing anything. He was asked about it. That's the thing. He was asked about a question. The only thing he did say about nukes was it's not necessary. He doesn't believe it's necessary. So there is no rhetoric. And he said, not about nukes, but he said that Russia has more ammunition than the European Union. But whatever. What does that mean? Like, just like material? Like, we seen what you did with Ukraine. Like, you guys totally screwed that up. We seen the helmets and, you know, the bulletproof vests you guys were sending over. I don't know. You know, I can't really speak on it. I'm not there, but, you know, I don't know. I think they need to just, shit needs to change. That's for damn sure. Shit needs to change. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing with China. Can't necessarily do nothing with Russia anyway, but they're not just like a communist country. As I don't know. You know, they're all, it's all different, but they all just need to, like, there's no reason for all this stupid shit that goes on with Joe and all the other ones. Again, it's just my opinion. And this dates back before Joe, Obama, all of them. So, I just feel bad for those people that are in Ukraine, man. Getting shot in the head in front of their house and shit. Like, it's not good. It's just sick. But I hope you guys are having a great day. I am getting myself focused, like, in and out because I have ADHD so bad. It's awful. Kind of just like I'm wanting to. I have an idea for like the SPY and the TL, or for SPY and Qs, and even IWM. Like I was kind of wanting the short side. Oh, you know what? It's kind of ugly, but see how bad volume's dropping off as we go. It should start to pick up at like 2, but it might not because it's Friday and it's the summertime. Might be it until Tuesday. Again, the market's not open Monday, if you didn't know. If you did not know, the market is not open Monday, I think. I'm pretty sure. But I'm going to go look for something. I don't think there's anything to be traded. Yesterday was the day to make your money. Hell, even for the week. Nah, it's just slow, bro. It's especially at 1:30.
Want it or not.
That's like I said before, man. Like the last two OpExes have been just poop, because it's like I don't know, because like I've been saying, like there's like yesterday was the day. So I'm thinking about, like, I'm just going around. I was going around and looking, but my ADHD is so bad. I like need to focus on it. Um, I'm just looking around at charts and stuff like that. But look, Bitcoin. I was calling out Bitcoin that I think I might. I'm thinking about putting it on like a position on something for like BTBT or Bito. Like, look. Remember when I said watch Bitcoin? Look, it's putting in a bear flag to go higher. I should have took it then, but I just kind of was like, because when I first called it out, it was here, so you had to give it a minute. And now look at it, you know. So that's on my watch list, and that's gonna be on my. It's gonna be on my list for next week. Maybe we get a move higher. And I might. So the thing is I don't want to get options. I don't want to buy calls or anything right now, because by Tuesday I'm gonna have 3 days of theta. You know, I'm gonna have 3 days of just time decay, and it's not very wise. You know, especially if something happens, like you get some kind of news and it goes in the other direction. Not only did it go the other direction, but you just gave up 3 whole days. So, because I'll probably buy like, I might get like 2 weeks out, probably weeklies, honestly, we'll see. I'm gonna go over some charts and stuff this weekend. I'm gonna do some work around the house. I got some stuff to do out front, and then this weekend I might come on like Saturday or something and go through like a bunch of charts and like come up with a like I'm gonna come up with a game plan for next week. You know, we have a lot of Fed members next week, so the market should be a little back and forth, because I think these Fed members are going to talk it down, like telling the market and whoever doesn't believe that they're going to give them another rate hike. Like, look, guys, this shit is sticky. PCE hasn't came, or core CPI and core PCE has not came down. Like, we're telling you, we're doing another hike. We're doing another hike. You better price it in. And the more that the market has to worry about pricing in hikes, the more it has to worry about pricing in a recession. But we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that next week. Here's a possible breakout. And if anybody was wondering, like, how do you price it in? Here's a little bit of a sneak peek of ways to price it in. This was Fed Bullard today. How do I get to 100? Where the fuck? Nah, fuck that. Okay. Sorry, I gotta watch my language. I gotta stop cussing. So, just as an example, how do you like price? This is one aspect. Let's see. This is like 1980s, 1990s real business cycles. NK model, monetary authority should react to. I want to read this. I don't know. So, like, right here. At each date T, a new continuum of households enter the economy, makes economic decisions over T plus 1 equals 241 dates, then exits the economy. So this corresponds to an agent entering the economy as a decision maker at the age of 20 and exiting as a decision maker at the age of 80, inclusive of endpoints in making economic decisions at a quarterly frequency. So, generated paper, pencil, aquarium. So there's like So in essence, to fix ideas, think of 1M agents per quarterly cohort. So like you can do like time plus 1. There's just different ways. Like you can do. I could give you an example of like so like here's more. All right. State of aggregate demand is T plus S, which is the time plus the state of aggregate demand. There's just different ways to do the formulas to price it in. Literally price it in. And you would do like, there's like so many of them. You could do like ISM manufacturing minus CPI. Or, okay, you know what? Give me, when we have the close, I'm going to give you a formula. Matter of fact, we're going to play it right now. You guys want to get into some economic shit? Huh? You guys want to get economic? All right, let's do it. I'm with it. I'm always with it. Let's do it. We're going to get into some economic shit. Where we at here? Just that shit right here. You about to learn something. Y'all about to learn something. Hold on. You guys might be able to hear it, but yeah, there we go. I got it. All right, let's do this. We're gonna get into it.
I don't.
If you don't know do you guys know who this is? If you don't, it's Kathy Wood. ARK, ARKK.
So
she is the manager of ARK, ARKK. Runs money, ARQQ, I think too, or AR something else. So look at this. I'm going to give you all a formula. This is how you price markets in.
Yeah, you could have that. You could steal that.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Found this. Wait, thematically.
The commodity with the PhD is breaking down, and so I think we're seeing a lot of deflation enter the pipeline, and that what the Fed is looking at, lagging indicators. I mean, horribly lagging indicators.
I think it's coming up right here.
Down.
Right here, guys.
Probably for May. On a year
M2 is money supply.
Yes,
which
money
never
supply.
happens. China just
Not
entered.
since the 1930s.
China just entered a bear market. And their economy is the slowest we've seen in our
yeah,
lifetimes,
the PMI came out today and was very disappointing. Right. Again, they exited 0.
It's going to come up.
And everyone
I want y'all to see this. If you want like formulas on like ways, this is just one, and I will bring in another list and help you guys out with like being able to
looking over the Fed, saying, wait a minute, there's so much evidence brewing here. Forgive me for using
right here
identity in macroeconomics. It's very simple. It's an identity, and when people hear it, they say, "Oh yeah, that could be the risk here." So what is that identity? MV equals PQ. PQ is nominal GDP, price times quantity. Right?
Price times quantity,
First
GDP
quarter,
times
nominal GDP was up 7%.
Sorry, I'll let her talk.
Okay? So that's good. MV is money.
Velocity.
Velocity. The velocity of
I say velocity a lot.
Rate at which it
they don't give that information anymore. You can get the formula. There's a formula for it that you can come up with it yourself. She's giving you a formula right here for future growth.
Was down 2% year over year. So what had to happen to get this 7% GDP? Velocity had to go up 9%, and it did. It's an identity. It had to. Okay. The problem now is we had a crisis, a regional bank crisis at the end of the first quarter. A crisis always, or during a crisis, people pull back saying, wait a minute, what's going on here? Especially when it involves the banking system.
Yes.
So
a financial crisis, not a weather crisis.
Exactly.
Right.
So second quarter, it looks like M2 will be down 5% year over year. And velocity
is
if we
ramped
want
up.
to get the consensus nominal GDP numbers, 5 to 6%, velocity will have to be up 10 to 11%.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. So I think that's why we're seeing some breaks.
So
in
she gave
pricing.
you a formula, which is
I
the rate
think
of
that
money
what is
in and
giving way
change,
is pricing,
and
because the consumer has been saying
and the
no
GDP.
mas,
But so if
no,
money's
bring
flowing
it down,
around,
we are
you
not.
should
So I
technically
think
have
that the margin pressure
production
that we're gonna see
and
here
goods
is
and
gonna be
flow of different
serious,
things between oil,
and
food, clothing,
an
or
antidote to
everything.
that is technology, AI, productivity gains.
So
I
if
think
and what she's saying
when
is
it
if we had a
follows,
negative
I
quarter, which we
think
did, we
that's
had
another
the first
reason our
quarter
stocks
of
are
this
doing
year
well.
was
First
negative
quarter,
GDP.
So we have all the earnings, and what we basically saw.
Earnings weren't bad,
expectation that
but
S&P
she
500
pretty
earnings
much
would be down
gave you
7% versus
a formula
7% year over year.
to you can always
And
Google them too.
Velocity, if we want to get the consensus nominal GDP numbers, 5 to 6%, velocity will have to be up 10 to 11%. It's nominal
like I
GDP, price times quantity, right? First
It
quarter.
was actually really good.
Keep going.
I actually wrote that down. What the model that
I
she
think the
said,
market is looking over
because
the Fed,
like,
you know, saying, wait a minute, there's so much
if you
evidence
understand what
brewing here.
velocity is,
Not only
what
that
GDP
there
is, it's a
deflation
really
out there,
good formula
but,
to like
and,
have a
forgive
gauge
me
on
for
what
using
exactly is going
an
on.
identity and macroeconomics.
And I think
it's very
things are
simple.
still
It's an identity, and when people
on in
hear it,
at
they
least
say,
for
"Oh,
where
yeah,
I'm at.
that could be the risk here." So what is that identity? MV equals PQ. PQ is nominal GDP, price times quantity, right?
Price times quantity and
First
money.
quarter, nominal GDP was up 7%. Okay, so that's good. MV is money
M2
times
velocity,
The velocity
which
of
is the
money
change.
is the rate at which money
Circulate.
is money.
So you guys just go back. It's the
velocity.
Cothi one up there,
velocity
and
of
you can
money
do.
is the
It's
rate
two.
at
What it
which
is?
money
It's
circulation.
two
rate at which it
formulas.
turns over.
It's two formulas there that she's given you.
We now, if you look at
You just
what
have to go
happened in
back and
first
listen to
quarter,
the beginning, like right here where she says
MV equals PQ.
MV equals PQ.
PQ is nominal GDP, price times quantity, right? First quarter,
So there's that. That's just one. That's pricing in, like, that's when you hear people, the market's priced it in. They literally, I mean, a lot of people don't know that. They think they know, but no, there's an actual formula to it where you can price things in. You know, ISM manufacturing divided by CPI, or something. It's just, I could go online and bring up the formulas. Again, I don't know them off of hand because there's all kinds of. You could honestly make up your own. Like, you could use just like, you could pick anything, like unemployment time. Like, it just, what is it that you're trying to do? You know what I mean? Is the thing, and then you just, what is the formula? Like, so if you want to see the rate of, like what the formula she gave you. Okay, so if money's slowing down, what formula would you use to price in the time for when in which it would affect the economy as in unemployment? So there's a lot of stuff online that you guys can just pull right up and get a gauge, but they do it right. The Fed does it. That's exactly what the Fed does. They're economists, and they use models like this to be able to see. She was telling you this. This is exactly what she was telling you. LC agents, P1, P2, and P3. So, scaled version-based pipeline. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I'll have to. All agents in the company subject IID unemployment shock. Each period takes a value of 0 with a probability, or 1 with probability 1 minus probability. Agents receiving a 0 draw cannot earn labor income in that period. So, aggregate real output. Y. Y equals DT. I'd have to know what these are. I'd have to know what they are. K. Okay, so it's telling you there. Real value of physical capital shock. So it's capital shock is P or K, which would be here. L is the aggregate effect of human capital supply. Hours times productivity. To get to get capital supply would be hours times productivity of various households. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what that's telling you. How they come up with human capital supply. So so what I'm getting at is there's like all kinds of formulas for everything. There's they use formulas for everything to kind of gauge, and what that does is that gives you time. So if we have a rate of change of inflation from, so let's just say like now, like CPI is month over month since October is down 3%. Okay, so we'll do like 3 divided by 6 because it's been doing it for 6 months, or 3 times 6, whatever it is you're trying to do, and figure out that you could come up with and price it in. There's nothing holding you back from doing anything. You can come up with whatever you want. There's not like I'm sure there's a lot of things that are out there that you could learn, to gauge, but the market, nobody really knows what's going to happen, and you could come up with your own plan and be a fucking magician and call it right, and you're just a little retail individual, and maybe you're a star out of it or something. I don't know. You could get some formulas going and say, I got the S&P coming in at 482 year end, or 468 at year end. So, I don't know, man. I love this shit, though. I really do. I really do. It's more than just, companies, though, because it's like, what else can you do in this world where you don't need a degree and you could come up with you have a situation and you're trying to solve it. Like, there's nothing better in this world, I feel. That's just my own personal opinion. Let's see what happens here. I want to see if the SPY bounces back or if it continues down. It's funny because it's 10 minutes from 2 o'clock. Isn't it? It's funny how that works, right? So we're back down here in the, I guess you would call it a demand area, but there's not much demand. This is why. This is why you want to wait. You know, when you make a decision on something or whatever, that's fine. There's two things. SIEN, I think, just got crushed. Not crushed, but I mean, you could tell. Look at the tail that was put in. It might go. I don't know if. Let me see. Let me look at the daily and see if it has any chance after hours, like this afternoon. Look how low the volume is. Like the volume on even on small caps is so bad. There is a gap up here though. There is a gap there, and it's kind of filled there, but it still has a gap. So I was looking at this. I don't know if there's any news on it. I'll have to look. 12 healthcare stocks moving Friday's intraday session. So no, I don't think it hasn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. SIEN. ONCR. EVLO. Works. SIM. Shares move upward 25 for security. 13 is 629,000, which is so low, which is 67% of its average full day volume. Over the last 100 days, the market value outstanding of those shares is 24.2 million. 24 million shares outstanding. So the float is, it's not too bad. It's not too bad, I guess, for a stock that's this low. I don't think it's too bad. You know, you want to stay around 5-10 million float, but so maybe it is high, but I don't know. I don't know. So as you see here, it just, you know, it kind of took a dump on the same amount of volume. And it's so funny how HKD just randomly goes. Like every day you'll just randomly hear HKD. HKD. Like out of nowhere, just running. So this, you know, had a nice rally. And then doop. So, there's no volume today, gang. There's literally, like, no volume. Oh, I have something really cool for next week. I have my eyes on a sector. You guys want to pay attention to money rotation. Like, what's this? Like, what's going on? Like, where's, like, I don't know how to explain it other than sentiment. You know, things are starting to change. Like, there's starting to be a sector that's like being more concentrated on or moving more than others. Bonds, equities, crypto, forex, VIX, what else? Real estate, but I'm just kidding. You just can't just trade real estate on your computer yet. I mean, you kind of could, but not to this extent. I mean, we have REITs and stuff. You can trade real estate companies, but that's not what I'm getting at. But yeah, I'm seeing a sector. I'm seeing some like not necessarily sector rotation, but there is a sector. There is a group of securities that are starting to get to move to the upside, and that would be this sector, the digital sector. Sorry guys. I'll just come out the crypto. So watch crypto next week. Watch crypto this weekend, watch it next week, guys. That's what I'm doing.
Power Lunch, everybody. It's been a winning week on Wall Street. Investors getting the pause in rate hikes they had hoped for, as well as encouraging inflation data. Some market milestones made this week, including the S&P seeing its best performance since March, up about 3%. It is the 5th positive week in a row, and now up more than 26% from the bear market low last October. NASDAQ and Dow also seeing weekly gains, so how much longer will the rally last? Two guys who know to the minute. Ron Insana, he is a CNBC senior analyst and commentator and co-CEO of Contrast Capital Partners. Also with us, Jack Ablin, Crescent Capital's founding partner and CIO. Let's talk a little bit about the question that was sort of dangling in the air as we ended the last conversation, and that is the possibility of a recession in the United States. It has been talked about. Last year it was, it's not going to be a 2022. There's going to be 2023. First half 2023. No, second half 23. Now they're saying maybe 24. No, maybe last half of 24. What do you think?
Well, being a yield curve devotee, if you looked at the yield curve having started its inversion in November of last year, the first month by that math would have been May that we could have entered recession. It could be as late as 15 months later, going back on that data since 1968. So the economy's softening to an extent in certain parts, but and I've said this before, I don't think you can make any really uniform statements about the state of the economy because there are different silos operating at different speeds in ways that we really haven't seen in quite a while.
So Jack, let me ask you this. Can you get inflation down to where the Fed wants inflation to be without crushing housing inflation, rents and house prices? And if you do that, don't you almost by definition have to put a lot of people out of work and cause a recession?
Yeah, and there's new study that says not necessarily. There's a Fed study now that says the linkage between wage growth and inflation is not quite as tight as we originally thought. So we may not have to kill the jobs market, for example, in order to quell inflation. I like the trend that's inflation. Look at the relationship between CPI and PPI, and CPI's following right along. Where's PPI year over year? 2.8.
You know, it's interesting about that. Roger Ferguson wrote an interesting piece that was on LinkedIn, the former Fed vice chairman, talking about
You interviewed him yesterday.
Relatively arbitrary 2% inflation target for the Fed. When you go back to 1960, the average inflation rate annually over that period through 2022 was 3.8%. So whether we should be at 3, whether we should be at 2, whether you could risk 1 if you drive the economy into recession, I think is an open question. But going back to 2 is just okay. You know,
we should mention that it took them a very long time even to get, I think there's a economist on Twitter who always talks about this, but it took till like 1995 till we got, to target after the inflation that we saw in the 70s and 80s. So I don't think we should expect, and Jack, maybe you can react to this. Does the Fed itself expect to get anywhere close to that target before they know that they can stop hiking?
I don't know if they can get to 2%, but I think that just all other things being equal, if the Fed were to just pause right here, I think we can get easily into the 3s by year end. And, like Ron said, as we were modeling portfolio inflation growth back before the financial crisis, we routinely used 3%. So I'm not suggesting necessarily the Fed needs to, back down and get off that 2% target yet. But I think that we're navigating our way back there pretty well on our own, and I think we can do it without killing the jobs market.
Why are equities doing what they're doing, Ron?
A couple of reasons. Number one, the soft landing scenario seems to be playing out reasonably well. Earnings estimates are going up now rather than down. Inflation, as Jack just pointed out, is coming down, and in many ways coming down pretty aggressively. When you look at 6-month annualized rates of inflation, when you look at inflation break-evens, they're all moving back towards 2%. So the markets believe that inflation is now becoming self-correcting. And I think in future months, Steve Leeson brought this up, as some of the stronger numbers roll off from last year and that base effect disappears, inflation is going to moderate. And then you have the AI boom that's going on right now that's driving, obviously, a handful of stocks significantly higher. The NASDAQ 100's up 38% year to date.
It's great.
I mean, that's close to the pace that we saw in 1999 for the NASDAQ itself when it went up 85%, at the height of the internet bubble. I'm not saying this is a bubble. We talked about this last week. But certainly, we're starting to discount different things than a horrific recession, inflation that can't be beaten.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle was right. China's exporting deflation right now, and that's probably a big help in a certain sense.
Jack, last word to you. Does this rally, which already has legs as far as I'm concerned, feels to me like almost a new bull market, does it continue?
I think it does, but I think it's not going to be led necessarily by the seven largest stocks in the S&P. I think we're going to get a broadening. Keep in mind, the average stock in the S&P is flat year to date. And I think the catalyst, Tyler, is going to be once the investors believe the Fed is done, then I think we start to pass the baton to international large caps. In Japan, for example, is actually beating the S&P year to date. So if we see a weaker dollar, we see broadening, and we see non-dollar large caps lead the way higher.
It's interesting that given the discontinuity in global economies, Japan's up over 20%, Europe's up about 11% on average, roughly close to the 15% gain in the S&P. So you've seen actually global markets ex-China do quite well.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Ron, Jack, thank you.
Kumbaya. Coming up, with concerns that household savings could get whittled away amid a slowdown, should investors fear the same when it comes to companies? With less cash, corporations would want to more carefully control their business spending. In today's Working Lunch, we'll hear from the CEO of one company looking to overhaul, oh yes, the corporate card. Stay with us.
CNBC. Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. The NASDAQ is lower today, but as you know from watching CNBC, we've seen a huge tech rally lately, and the money is following the momentum. More than $1 billion of net inflows into technology funds in the latest week. That, according to our partners at Track Insight, the QQQ's up 4% for the week. Other tech ETFs seeing similar gains. More information available on the FT Wilshire ETF Hub. There you see the numbers, pretty impressive, better than 4% across the board there.
And that's even with some firmness in bond yields. Let's turn to Rick Santelli with yield. For a second, I was like, wait, is he here? He's here. He's here on this Friday in Chicago. Hi, Rick.
Hi, I wish I was there, actually. It's been such an exciting week, and every day we seem to find another nugget that potentially has Fed implications. Today, it was the one-year outlook on the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey. At 3.3%, that one-year inflation outlook was at the lowest level since March of 21, as you see on that chart. And immediately we've had a response in the marketplace. Look at an intra of 2s and 10s at the volatility at 10 o'clock. Most likely the day, even though yields are higher, they're not as high as they would have been. And if we look at the week in general, right now is 2 sit at 472, Kelly. They're up 7 on the day, but they're up a dozen on the week. But if you look at 10s at 376, they're up, 4 on the day? But they're only up 2 on the week. And that is very important to keep in perspective. We've seen more inversions on 2s to 10s. You can see there, right now, minus 95, basically the most inverted it's been in 3 months. But we've been there, we've done that. 3 months ago was March, opened the chart up to 1980, the comp. In March, you're at minus 107. But it's important to understand the horsepower on some of these moves has been on the short maturities. And finally, you know, the Bank of Japan didn't do anything. The European Central Bank did. And what that happened to accomplish is putting that cross-trade spread, euro versus yen, at a 15-year disadvantage to the Japanese. Kelly, Tyler, back to you. And Tyler, have a very good Father's Day.
And the same to you, Rick.
Thank you.
Let's get to Kate Rogers now for the CNBC News Update. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kelly. Daniel Ellsberg, a former military intelligence contractor who leaked the Pentagon Papers, has died. The Washington Post says Ellsberg died at the age of 92 from pancreatic cancer. The disclosure of the Pentagon Papers deepened the U.S. divide over the Vietnam War and led to illegal measures by the White House to discredit Ellsberg, forming crimes known as the Watergate scandal that resulted in President Richard Nixon's resignation. The American woman accused of helping to kill her mother during a luxury vacation to Bali 9 years ago changed her plea to guilty today. Heather Mack was convicted in Indonesia for helping her then boyfriend murder her mom and stuff her into a suitcase so she could gain access to her $1.5 million trust fund. Mack was set to go to trial in the U.S. in August for conspiracy to commit a murder in a foreign country. She will now be sentenced in December. And President Biden traveled to Connecticut this afternoon to speak at a gun safety summit. It comes on the one-year anniversary of the passing of the first significant piece of federal gun safety legislation in nearly 3 decades. The law strengthens background checks and helps to get guns out of the hands of people who are deemed to be dangerous. Tyler, back over to you.
Kate, thank you very much. And ahead on Power Lunch, there are 2 paths ahead for regional banks in America. The first, they're survivors who endured the demise of 2 competitors this year and will come out stronger for it. The second, they are victims of flaws which they, in part, created and will continue to live in the shadow of that crisis until a serious change is made to the industry. In some ways, that all depends on how they deal with new risks emerging in the commercial space, the lending industry, and the overall economy. We'll discuss that with our friend, the CEO of Valley Bank, next.
the spend management part is like that, but then they also do corporate cards, right? So if you're a small business, your employees can have cards, and you can have a deal on that. And so rather
than to use for my expenses.
Yes, exactly.
Corporate card to use for my. Okay.
Yeah, and so
but it's issued by a bank, not by him.
Well, he helps the regional banks. He's got the back end so that the regional bank can offer it through Brex, and it's just easy for them that way rather than having to stand up their own IT.
Their own infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, a lot of companies have those now. I guess larger companies who might have them with larger credit providers, and this might be one way to help both the smaller company and maybe the smaller bank.
Just talking to Navan, formerly Trip Actions, they've just launched this capability as well. They're also, late stage, close to being able to go public. He just said he doesn't think that SaaS companies are getting the multiple right now that he would like. So you got players like that moving into the space. So, SAP's Concur, watch out, because AI is playing a big role here. Now you can rig up AI so that it auto-populates, say, your restaurant expense with the people in your calendar who were guests. So the AI can go in and pull that information. I would like that very much.
Yeah, I'll have to be better about my calendar invites.
I'll be better who I put in my calendar. I am bad at that.
John, thank you.
John, great to see you. Happy Father's Day, man.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day to you.
All right, Delta Airlines riding a record 15-day winning streak and just announced it's resuming its dividend. It suspended it back in March of 2020. We're going to trade Delta and some other big movers of the day on 3 Stock. Time for today's 3 Stock Lunch. First up on today's menu, cybersecurity, firm Palo Alto Networks. It will join the S&P 500 on Monday, replacing Dish Networks as part of the index's quarterly rebalancing. Here with our trades, Gina Sanchez. Gina is Lido Advisors' chief market strategist and a CNBC contributor. Gina, what do you think of Palo Alto Networks?
So we love Palo Alto Networks. This is one we've owned for a while, and we think if you own it, keep owning it.
Now, the challenge with this is that they have had tremendous, I mean, blistering revenue growth. And that is in line with everybody expanding. Most businesses are expanding to the cloud. With the cloud comes the need for cloud security. And so you're seeing a lot of a lot of these names getting a lot of traction. So, Checkpoint, all of the competitors are doing it. But quite frankly, Palo Alto Networks is just out ahead above the rest, and they have been growing tremendously. And so not surprisingly, their valuation is tremendously high.
Well, tremendously high is definitely reflecting both their rally and some others lately. What about SoFi, where analysts are saying that's also tremendously high? They're getting downgrades at B of A and Piper Sandler. They're saying the recent rally has run its course, even though they, in the long run, think that student loan moratorium expiring will still be a positive. Do you like it?
So look, SoFi, I actually am not as positive on SoFi. So these are two very different stories. Palo Alto Networks has, the sort of the trends working with them, and this is a secular trend, not not something that's happening alongside the sort of economic environment. SoFi, on the other hand, they have things going for them, against them. You're right that the debt moratorium, the student debt payment moratorium, will be a positive for them. It will also spur their debt holders to potentially refinance into new products, and so all of that is definitely a positive. The negative for them is that as the stress in the banking system really started to ramp up, and you saw a lot of small and regional banks pull back on lending, you saw a lot of personal loans start to kind of roll over to SoFi as a lender. And so that loan book has expanded as we're going into a slowdown. So here's what you're going to figure out over the next 6 months is how well underwritten were those loans? And that's a question mark right now. And that's really where the Achilles heel is with that. As that loan book gets bigger, you have more exposure to the natural economic slowdown that comes with the economy.
All right, let's do a quick thought on our last one, which has been on quite a run in terms of the number of days, consecutive days it's been higher, though that looks like that streak might be in jeopardy. Delta Airlines, what do you think?
So Delta Airlines has definitely pros and cons. We own Delta Airlines. Part of the reason is that you have seen air travel really finally start to come back. This one took a while to finally get some action. Hotels came back very quickly and on. And so now you're starting to see growth in the air travel space, and Delta is definitely benefiting from that. And the outlook by the CEO is very, very positive. And obviously, the summer is their strongest season, just as a matter of annual seasonality. And so this is all very good, but most economists are expecting that sometime toward the end of summer, beginning of fall, we're going to start to go into a slowdown. So the question is, does this reopening and reemergence of air travel, how does that square against the slowing in the economy and eventually pull back in spending and pull back in budgets?
All right. Gina, before you go, we got to check those stock draft standings. Charlotte Flair, by the way, is leading the way because of her Nvidia pick and its massive move higher. Gina and WNBA star Diamond Shields, the Flynamic duo, you're in 6th. Remind us, what were your picks? There we go. PayPal, Alphabet. I mean, geez, Alphabet's been a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. PayPal has been the laggard. We literally picked the best and the worst stock right now in the 20 stock pick. However, we think that PayPal has a chance of recovering as we get to the end of the recovery, which is right around the time we should finish across the finish line. So this is a marathon, not a sprint.
All right, Gina, thanks. We appreciate your time today, Gina Sanchez. A potential strike could disrupt your home deliveries. Michael Jordan shaking up the NBA, and the kids' birthday party staple that's growing popular with grown-ups, too. It's all coming up when Power Lunch returns.
Our big business for kids, I can't, every weekend I'm at them like 4 times for birthday parties. I really am. But apparently adults want in on the fun. I'm not one of these adults.
No.
Wall Street Journal. Maybe if you...
God, I can't imagine anything more just.
I don't want to bounce around in any...
No. Oh, my back, my legs. Thanks for watching Power Lunch. Have a great Father's Day,
Happy
gentlemen,
Father's Day to
ladies,
you, Ty.
everybody.
Closing bell starts right now.
And welcome to Closing Bell, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan in for Scott today. And as always, live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with Wall Street looking to close out a big week. Investors cheering on the pause in hikes they were looking for from the Fed, and they got it. Not to mention some encouraging inflation data. And that has some strategists pivoting. Bank of America's Michael Hartnett joining colleagues, admitting he was too pessimistic, but still holding strong that this is not the shiny bull market without problems that some people seem to think it is. All right, here's your scorecard with 60 minutes to go. All 3 major averages, they are up on the week. The S&P and NASDAQ, they are both headed for their best performances since March, and the Dow looking to close out its 3rd positive week in a row. Wow, all right. Brings us now to our talk of the tape. And the question sort of being batted around Wall Street today and this week.
It's Power Hour, baby. Let's go. I told you guys, watch in the afternoon. You might get a little action. So, Meta. So Ball, like Red Bull and stuff. I think Ball makes Red Bull, but
Well, it's a great question because I think there has been so much rally in tech. If you look at the major indexes a month ago when I was on the show, 95% of the returns on the S&P 500 came from 10 names, and they were all tech names.
95 from 10.
95 from 10.
That seems a little scary.
Well, it's very narrow, right? So people were talking about the S&P being up, but it's really just a handful of stocks being up. In the last month, now that participation rate has actually picked up in other sectors. The attribution to those big tech names are now 80%, not 93%. So we're starting to see some other sectors start to pick up and rally. Look, it's triple witching Friday, so there's a lot of interesting things going on today. The S&P's rebalancing, and the next week on the 26th, we have the Russell indexes rebalancing.
I know you're kind of an options pro. It's $4 trillion in notional value of options expiring today. I kind of thought we'd see a little more mojo in the market. Like, I know we got Monday off for Juneteenth.
Yes.
Is that more of it? Because normally we get a little more volatility.
Well, we've seen a lot of volume today, but you're right, not a lot of volatility. The VIX is at 14. If you look at the last 52 weeks, the VIX has fluctuated between 13.5 on the low to 34.88 on the high. Volatility today, historically, our question now is, if this is a historic low on the VIX, is this a calm before the storm?
I mean, you look at the VIX, okay, under 14. It's like there's nothing going on. It's not that Russia moved nukes into Belarus. It's not that we discovered some secret spy base in China. It's not that we've got a ground war escalating in Ukraine. And the market is acting as if none of that is going on. There's almost no geopolitical risk premium in this market, and I can't understand why.
I know. I mean, look at the consumer sentiment numbers that just came out. 63.9. I mean, it just popped up. We were expecting a reading around 60. So I think people are starting to feel a little bit more bullish. I worry there's a little bit of a FOMO going on. You know, we're seeing a lot of investors now chasing names. We're seeing, frankly, analysts now upgrade names that have already had rallies.
Strategists, too. Raising their price target on the S&P 500.
Yep, absolutely. The same strategists, by the way, who were very bearish 6 months ago. So
you sound a little skeptical right now.
I'm a little bit cautious right now. I bought a little bit more of protection this morning. I think of it this way. When I advise my clients, look, if I take the gains of the stocks I bought in October, I'm going to create a short-term tax liability for them. No one wants to pay short-term taxes, and especially in California, where the tax rates are really, really, really high on the California side. So I have to be very careful. I know.
Breaking news, Cheryl. Taxes are high in California.
Higher than New York even. But
hard to believe.
So when I think about these tech names, if I sell them and take the gains, now I'm looking at a 50% tax.
Yeah,
right?
now you got some angry people.
And then I have some angry people.
So how do you? Let's say I'm a client. I'm a little nervous. I've made a bunch of money in some of these big cap tech stocks.
Yes.
I'd like to monetize that, but I don't want to pay the short term. How do I do it? What's that hedge? What's that protection you talked of?
Yep. So what I'm doing is I'm selling calls. I'm going out of the money. I'm going out to January 24, so I don't get hit and called away this year. I don't usually like to go with more than a quarter, but I'm getting a little bit better premium to go next year anyways, and I can push the tax off to next year if I do get called away. I think it's a great way of staying honest and rebalancing a portfolio because some of these names have had tremendous run up. And then I'm taking the premium from those calls. I'm getting about 14% to go 10% on the money. It's a good trade. And if I only make 14% in the next 6 months, I'm going to be really happy. Let's be real. I can then take some of that premium by put protection. I can buy puts on QQQ. I can buy puts on the specific names. And that way I lock in the gains, but I don't create a tax effect that's short-term for clients.
It's not just here either. I mean, Europe has been, Europe is outperforming us. Brazil, on fire. Again, we could talk about U.S. stuff, but this is a global rally.
It's a global rally, and that gets really interesting because look at what the dollar's done the last year. I think the dollar has probably near-term peaked. I think there's downside ahead of the dollar. And so this may be time to think about adding some of those names that you haven't had in your portfolio. Now, most of my colleagues have been in dividend stocks all year, so they've missed this rally. They've been in cash because they were afraid 6 months ago. So that's where, if you think of driving down the highway, you get on that narrow cliff, you're looking over the cliff going, I really don't want to take this corner sharp in our fast cars. But put the guardrails on. That way we can continue to accelerate around the corner, keep the guardrails on, have those puts in place, stay in some of the names you love, but let's add some international, let's add some of those stocks that have maybe underperformed.
Well, then I still come back to your stat at the top that it's 95% has been 10 stocks or something, and then just about 4,000 other stocks that are saying, hey, what about us?
Yeah.
They have started to participate a little bit this week. Small caps, mid caps, whatever, but only this week.
That's right.
In my mind sort of thinks, is there opportunity there? I mean, how much more money can I make in, certain big cap semiconductor stocks that rhyme with Nvidia? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. How much more can I make in computer stocks named after fruits?
We have to understand the largest tech stock on the NASDAQ and on S&P 500 is Apple. Apple is bigger than the entire Russell 2000 in terms of the market cap.
One stock is bigger than the Russell 2000.
It's happened one other time in the history. It was for a day, and it's held it for now
when
about
was
2
that?
months. It was 2021
I'm going to steal that from my random but interesting segment on last call.
Yes.
Apple is bigger than the entire Russell. Again, Apple's an amazing company. We all have one of these, or we all have a couple of these. But at what point do you just think there's better opportunities somewhere in those other 2,000 stocks?
There could be some dislocation in the next week. Look, the Russell 2000 is rebalancing. This is a time in the next 7 days where stocks from the Russell 2000 are going to be added to the Russell 1000. The large caps, small caps going to large caps. A large number of those, roughly we're expecting from projections, we don't have the final list until next week, but roughly a third of those are healthcare stocks. Healthcare has done nothing this year. We're getting a great dividend, but the stocks have actually, in general, gone down in price. So the only return on healthcare stocks has been predominantly from the dividend, with the exception of a few names. So this could be an opportunity, for example, to pick up a little bit more of the healthcare sector and add that to your portfolio, not just rely on tech.
And
I like
it or not, it's 1/5 of the economy, healthcare. Yeah. Healthcare in many ways is, I hate to say it, the American economy. All right, speaking of names, sit tight. Let's bring in another name to this conversation. Our friend Bryn Talkington of Requisite Capital Management, of course, also a CNBC contributor, no doubt champing at the bit. It is champing, not chomping, by the way. I want to be clear on a Friday, Bryn, which is, you heard our conversation. I know you're down there in Texas, so you got a little energy aspect as well, which I love. Are you also kind of poking around some of these, non-5 or 10 stocks that we talk about a million times a day on this fine network?
Well, first I have to say I love Cheryl's strategy of selling some calls in 2024. We do a lot of call strategies, a lot of option strategies. I think that's such a smart way for private clients. So love that. Want to give you a shout out. I think it's interesting because yes, tech and those FANG plus names have dominated. But I think actually what's interesting, if you think about cyclicals, you have this bifurcated market where, healthcare are not cyclicals, but healthcare is not doing well. Consumer staples, energy is not doing well. But within the cyclicals, industrials are crushing it. Home builders, casinos, uh, cruise lines, right? So these are like very, very cyclical in my opinion. And so you definitely have companies that are consumer driven, service driven, continue to do very well. And so I do think is that I think as it relates to energy, the market is still in this tug of war that if the economy continues to slow, demand will come down, and hedge funds and algorithmic traders are really short energy right now. And so I think that will continue in the short term to put a dampener on that. But Brian, what makes me a little bit nervous, I think as an investor, we all like to study history, is that when you look at the NASDAQ and you look at the percent the NASDAQ is above its 150-day moving average, right now it's 20% above that 150-day moving average. And where that's relevant is it becomes just more technically susceptible to larger drawdowns. And if you remember in 2018, not at the end of 2018, when Powell was talking inflation, but in the beginning of 2018, we had a big move in January. And then the NASDAQ was about 14% above that 150-day moving average. And we got a 12% sell-off really quick for really not a big reason.
But doesn't,
so
I hear you all. I would get people that could say, it's not like the past because we never had AI, and artificial intelligence is this brand new, amazing thing that's going to transform work and computing in the world like the internet did. And so these multiples, these valuations are deserved.
Well, I think AI is not new, by the way. ChatGPT is what was new. And these large language models captured our imagination and our ideas. But Jensen's been making AI chips for so long. Amazon does AI with the robotics. AI has been around for so long, and this is where things go much higher than they should, is because all of a sudden, I mean, with the exception of Nvidea, that had just such an amazing raise, and $4 billion, raise for the second quarter, earnings estimates for these big tech stocks aren't like ratcheting meaningfully higher. And so that's where you get these animal spirits are alive, which is amazing. Bull markets are much more fun than bear markets, so we're happy to have it here. I just do think investors, everyone's in the deep end of the AI pool right now, and so I am hopeful that you do get some more broadening out, and these stocks will continue to digest. But I just do remember going back to January of 2018, like why you got a big sell-off isn't really, and then markets went back higher. But I do think investors need to be open to the idea that trees don't grow to the sky, and we are not going to get AI embedded into these companies' earnings anytime soon, with the exception of Nvidia.
Cheryl, is AI this? I mean, literally, it's amazing. It's this shiny new toy. How much should it add to prices, multiples, investor interest? Because it's almost a mania right now.
It is. I mean, look, we had a major company announcing earnings yesterday and had a great call. They were up sharply today, and it was really around the AI trade. And for that company, I think it's real.
You're talking about a company that rhymes with Adobe. Because you can't talk about individual stocks. We're talking about companies that rhyme with Adobe.
So I think there are other companies, however, where I would absolutely agree with Bryn, where we are seeing, if AI is in the name, if AI is in the conversation, if the CEOs or CFOs are mentioning in their earnings call, even if it has nothing to do with the company earnings, the companies are rallying. And that makes me very nervous. It starts to feel a little bit like 2000 again. So I would be very cautious on the AI trade. I think you have to look at quality. I think you have to pick up the hood and really look under it. And I really think you need to understand a little bit more about what this deep learning is, about what machine algorithms can do. Yeah. You have to understand the biases that go into this. Like, there's a lot of problems as well. And I know this has been talked about multiple times on this show. But for me, you have to sort of separate the noise from the reality of which companies have a real play in the AI space and which companies are riding the coattails of these actual companies with real earnings on it.
You know, I don't know, Bryn, where AI is going to go, but I will say something definitive, which is I know that healthcare, what Cheryl was just talking about, is a huge part of our economy, about 20% in some ways of GDP. Unfortunately, America still has a lot of medical issues, right? A lot of serious things that are not called COVID that are out there. And what I don't understand is when I look at the biotechs, XBI is one biotech, heavily weighted in certain names. I get it. Can we put up a 5-year chart, guys? Because here's the thing. 2 ways to look at biotechs. Number one, Bryn, is that we're down about half from our peak of 2021. Or we can look at it 5 years and say we're exactly where we were 5 years ago, so there's no money to be made here. I know you're long it. Why aren't biotechs participating? Because if I think about an industry where AI might be able to help, it's going to be biotech, because I know companies right now that are running AI tests so they don't have to use human subjects.
I still think with biotech, first of all, it's very event-driven. What I have with XBI, I sell calls against it, and that's been a great trade. My calls have done better than the underlying position. I think that what does biotech have in common? And if you take the Regenerons, these smaller companies, they have no revenue, no free cash flow. And I still think in a 5% interest rate where cost of funding is high, that is a market hindrance right now to biotech, because they are so capital intensive, these smaller companies. And so I think that will continue to be a headwind for those when we're at this 5% for longer. That will be a headwind, because companies in the market still wants profitability. They still want earnings. They still want cash flow. And so I definitely see a dispersion within biotech and also some smaller tech names that aren't moving up nearly as much as the bigger names or bigger companies that do still have potential for positive earnings and cash flow.
So I would agree with you, Brian. I think AI is very powerful in the biotech space. You know, you can use AI to triage patients when they come in. AI is now analyzing MRIs, X-rays, saving doctors time, making it a lot more efficient. You have the ability to get out that information to patients very, very quickly. There's a company we look to invest in. It's not publicly traded yet, but they're using artificial intelligence to really make more efficient pathways to transport blood, and they've reduced blood waste by 67%. This is huge for earnings. This is also a huge, when we think about ESG investing, what can we do for the world if we can really help patients in a much more meaningful manner? And look, let's be frank, you look at our population. We have an aging population. We know healthcare is becoming more and more important.
Absolutely.
And anything we can do to make efficiencies in payments, processing, how bills are paid, all of that factors into the earnings of these companies.
I want to be optimistic on a Friday. Cancer rates have soared. Obesity rates are soared 50% in 2 states now. Bryn, very quickly before we go, we do these, on Last Call, we do these insider buying segments every Friday. Tune in tonight, by the way. Energy Transfer has, the Kelsey Warren pipeline company, guy's bought hundreds of millions of his own stock. He's been on the list. He's like 30 million here, 30 million there. I know you own it. Why aren't these companies getting more love? The insiders love them. Nobody else seems to.
They do. And actually, Energy Transfer is up about 13% year to date. It has a 8 to 9% yield. It's just been a great midstream company. I think that as these companies, once again, continue to generate free cash flow and people stop staring at the price of oil every day, you're going to see people return here. But I do think, though, Brian, the algorithmics and the hedge funds being short this space right now is just like an elephant sitting on the chest of energy. So it's just going to take time. But I think it's one of the cheapest spaces we have in the market that will have a catalyst longer term because of that free cash flow yield.
Yep, the Alerian Pipeline ETF down about 50% from its highs of a couple of years ago. Bryn Toggington, thank you. Cheryl, thank you. Have a great long weekend. All right, let's now get to our Twitter question of the day. We want to know, which of these stocks hitting record highs today do you think has the most upside left? Is it Microsoft? Is it B, Apple? Or is it 3, Nvidia? You can head to @CNBC Closing Bell on Twitter to vote. We'll share the results later on in the hour. In the meantime, let's get a check on some top stocks to watch on this Friday as we head toward the close. Kate Rogers here with that. Hi, Kate.
Hey there, Brian. Shares of Cava are pulling back in their second day on the market. Thursday's performance made Cava Group the top performing IPO this year for companies valued above $500 million. And while the stock is now trading below its debut price of $42 a share, it's still holding well above the initial pricing of $22 on Wednesday night. And shares of Virgin Galactic rocketing higher today as it plans to launch its first commercial space flight in less than 2 weeks between June 27th and June 30th. Virgin says its second flight will take place in early August with monthly launches thereafter. And take a look at that. Shares are up around 13% right now. Back over to you.
Kate Rogers, thank you very much. We'll see more of Kate in just a bit. We are also just getting things started on Closing Bell up next, driving some serious EV growth. It's not Tesla. Chinese automakers are making a big play for international and American expansion. Phil LeBeau live in London with a look at what is coming up next. Phil.
Brian, for a long time, we've talked about how China was the epicenter of the battle between Tesla and Chinese automakers when it comes to electric vehicles. Oh no, what's happening here in Europe and in the UK? Far more interesting. We'll explain when the closing bell returns.
All right, welcome back to Closing Bell. Chinese automakers are becoming a major player in the European electric car space. So, might they make a big push to expand here in America? Phil LeBeau is live from London with more. Phil.
Eventually, Brian, they will try to come to the U.S. Not real soon, maybe after the next election later this decade. I want to focus on Tesla because so often we talk about Tesla's business in the U.S. and China, and yes, they're critical to its growth. But when you look at where Tesla is compared to other companies in terms of global sales, EV sales, look at BYD, which is nipping at Tesla's heels. Tesla's number 2 here in Europe, but BYD is just starting to sell vehicles here, as are other Chinese automakers. The reason? It's a market where they believe they can come in with lower priced models that will gain buyers. Models that are made by companies like MG, which is owned by a Chinese company. And then you've got Polestar, owned by Volvo, by extension owned by Geely out of China. All of this, when you put it together and take a look at shares of Tesla, brings up the question, should Tesla be worried about losing share here in Europe, where they have about 11% of the market right now? It's a possibility because the Chinese now have 8% of the market, and that's expected to grow, Brian. Their sales, Chinese brand EV sales, have grown 78% year over year. And what they're learning here in Europe, those are lessons they ultimately plan to apply to the U.S. market when they come. They're not ready yet for the U.S. market, but in terms of cost and fit and finish, they are very much competitors here in Europe. Brian?
Yeah, I was poking around the BYD website. I mean, the car kind of looks like a little more of a sleeker Honda Accord in a way. They're not going for the usual tiny sort of cars that so many people buy and sell in China. These are big cars with long ranges and fast charging times. They seem, at least the Han EV and others, they seem to be viable competitors.
Yeah. And they're coming in at a lower price point, increasingly. And that's the sweet spot of the market. Yes, Tesla has the Model 3 and the Model Y, but the Chinese believe they can go even lower, which raises the question, when will Elon Musk and company bring out the so-called Model 2, or the lower-priced model that many people expect, let's say 2, 3, 4 years from now?
Phil LeBeau, live in London. Phil, we appreciate it. Look forward to your air show coverage next week as well. Safe travels. All right, by the way, tonight on Last Call, we're going to be talking more about China with former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken prepares for his trip to China. Bill Gates was there this week. We're going to talk about it all. China risk, China opportunities. Tonight, Last Call, 7 o'clock Eastern. All right, up next here on Closing Bell, just climbing right up that old wall of worry. Your next guest betting big on a market uptrend. He'll tell us where he is seeing pockets of opportunity. Next.
Crypto.com.
All right, welcome back to Closing Bell, everybody. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are both closing in on their longest winning streaks in years. And our next guest believes that stocks can continue to rise. Joining us now is Chris Heisey, is Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank CIO. Chris, what is this, a technical rally? We broke through 4,200, 4,300, new money coming in, technicals. Is it the Fed's done? Is it inflation looks a little more under control? Is it D, all the above? What's going on?
One of the moves this go around, actually, if you look at it from the start of the year, is positioning, as you know, Brian, was so poor. Positioning was way offside. There were a lot of hedges in place, very defensive, competing curve with 5% cash rates. Money was just parked there. And then once the market starts to see that this story is unfolding, whether some believe it's a soft landing, others will point to inflation coming down, actually a little bit more than what was originally discussed or expected. And then you all of a sudden get a Fed pause or a skip or maybe a couple of skips. And lo and behold, you get another story in the innovation sector called technology, and that is generative AI. And those tailwinds all hit at once, and that's what creates a momentum market. So technically speaking, very good. And there was a lot of concern about the narrow breadth of the market, but we've done a lot of studies that suggest that narrow breadth doesn't mean a bear or bull market. It's happened in many different cycles. So we're quite happy. We applaud this. We're going to continue to be balanced, and we're going to look actually for the next week periods.
And you go back to those stats, Chris, and I can't remember the exact ones, but you get directionally correct. How about this, which is the bulk of the money long-term investors make in stocks comes on just a few days a year, does it not? It's sort of the argument for not trying to time it, being invested, because you get these 1 and 2 week bursts, and then maybe you do nothing for 6 months, but that's where you make your money.
Yeah, that's a great point, Brian. You know, we all talk about diversification, asset allocation, but few people, when it comes down to thinking about the long term, believe what you just said, which is you can get caught off sides very quickly. And it's not necessarily market timing that is needed, it's time in the market. If you miss the best few days of each year or each decade, going all the way back to the 30s, you've missed a good portion, if not almost all, of the big gains over those decades of periods. So we're not just going to set it and leave it and create an asset allocation to match long-term objectives. We're going to look for opportunities. And when cash flow comes in and there's weak periods in the market, that's when you rebalance. That's when you use dollar cost averaging and you use time in the market to your advantage.
Where are said opportunities?
Well, certainly you can't be offsides in technology, so at least being neutral there. But one caveat, obviously, is the fact of the big run, not only in semiconductors, but in some of the areas that the story is yet to be told. In some cases is being told, but around generative AI. So you have to be careful there because many of those companies have already priced in years' worth of earnings, if not cash flow. But the tailwinds to productivity coming from things like AI in the industrial space, if you consider what's going to be needed with the power grid, what's going to be needed with electrical equipment to cool down and cooling systems to cool down some of these data centers, not to mention some of the beneficiaries of the Inflation Reduction Act, and dare we say energy. Energy has had a very difficult time, particularly heading into a slowdown in the economy. But as we come out and we bottom out in the economy over the next, say, 6 to 12 months, energy should start to reignite itself once again. And that's a sector you know very well.
Yeah, and and I also know this, Chris, that despite whatever the price of oil does, the stocks respond a little bit, not that much. Obviously, a lot of major divestitures from energy with ESG, endowments getting pushed around by students, whatever it may be. But I can't, for the life of me, understand why the oil stocks can't get out of their own way. It doesn't matter if oil's at 80 or 60, the stocks barely budge regardless.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of portfolio managers out there that still view it as, when oil went negative for that brief period back during the pandemic, and then we came out of it, and many people declared that the end of the bear market for oil stocks and the oil patch, if you will. And now portfolio managers are very skeptical to marry a very small sector of the S&P 500, which is still only about, 3-4%. But when you take a look at the earnings power and the contribution, even, as you said, where oil is right now, that's double the market market cap of where energy is. So I think it's an area where they put off to the side. They know it's very cyclical. There's a drumbeat and the most talked about recession ever coming, whether it's mild or not. And I think it's in the parking lot for now. And that's the time when I think people should actually look at it again and be prepared to come back to that sector as things over the next 6 to 9 months get a little slower.
Got it. Chris Heisey, really appreciate it, my man. Have a great long weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, up next, we are tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Kate Rogers back with that. Kate.
Hey, Brian, two names heading lower for very different reasons, but one might eke out a weekly gain even with today's performance. More after the break.
All right, just about 22 minutes now until the closing bell, the final one of the week. Let's get right back to Kate for a look at the key stocks to watch. Kate.
Hi again, Brian. Humana is lower after warning that insurance costs would be at the high end of its previous guidance due to an increase in outpatient surgeries. That follows United Health saying earlier in the week that more seniors are catching up on knee and hip surgeries as COVID concerns wane. Humana tracking for its worst week since January of 2022. And SoFi is lower today as Bank of America and Piper Sandler downgraded to neutral, like Oppenheimer on Thursday, both firms citing the recent rally, which has seen SoFi gain more than 20% this month alone. Despite today's pullback, the stock is still heading for a weekly gain. Back over to you.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. All right, last chance, folks, to weigh in on our Twitter question. We asked this: which of these three stocks hitting record highs today has the most upside left? Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia. I bet you I know I haven't looked. I know what I think. I'll write it down to show you. All right, head to CNBC at closing bell or on Twitter, and we're going to bring you the results after the break. And of course, all month long, CNBC is celebrating Pride, sharing stories of corporate leaders with you. Here is Google's head of brand accessibility.
My advice is to tap into the power and uniqueness of your identity. That is the undeniable essence of you and will in fact help fuel your career growth. Early in my career, I hid who I was at work, a queer disabled woman in tech. It wasn't until I started bringing all aspects of who I was into the work I did that I truly started to hit my stride. Don't shy away from bringing your whole self to work. Stand confidently in who you are, and incorporating it into how you approach work will propel you to greater heights.
CNBC app. Let's get now to the results of our Twitter question. We asked which of these stocks hitting record highs has the most upside left. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidea. Nvidea, the winning with 41% of the vote. Look at this. Dan Ives, what does that say?
The AI revolution.
That's it. I had a 33% chance of being right. I did not look, and no one told me either. I'll be clear. All right, up next, that guy we just talked to, Dan Ives, making the bull case for Palo Alto, why he thinks the company's growth is just getting started. That and much more when we take you, where, Dan? Inside the market zone. Prepare yourself. We are now in the CNBC closing bell market zone. Truist Keith Lerner is here to share where he sees stocks headed as they pace out for their best week since March. Star Wedbush analyst Dan Ives lays out the bull case for Palo Alto Networks. And Leslie Picker on today's bank sell-off ahead of key data out in overtime today. Not everything rose. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the market zone. Keith, let us start with you. You put out a note a couple of days ago. Tech extended short term, but far from bubble extremes. I could probably find some valuation metrics, some earnings metrics that would put us close to some of those. Why do you feel like we're still safe? You recently upgraded certain stocks.
Yeah, well, first, great to be with you, Brian, especially, it's better than 5:50 in the morning like it's been in the past.
Thank God.
Thank God. Hey, so as far as the overall tech sector, I mean, obviously you're seeing things on a short-term basis becoming a bit stretched, but there's been some comparisons back to the tech bubble. I started my career during the tech bubble, and when I look at returns and I look at valuations as a whole in aggregate, it's a lot different. I mean, you know, we look at the last year, tech's up about 27, 28%. The year into the tech bubble or to the tech bubble peak, we were up over 100%. And then we also had multi-years of this. We have to remember tech was down 34, 35% last year, and a lot of that rebound is happening now. Valuations are certainly rich, you know, around 27 times on the S&P technology sector, but that's about half of the valuation back during the tech bubble. And I think something that's important and kind of something that shifted our view somewhat is that when we had this kind of, you know, AI moment or iPhone moment, you know, I think a lot of corporations now, even if we have an economic slowdown that we still expect, they're going to still have to invest in tech or feel, or you know, there's a fear they would be left behind and become obsolete. So I think the earning trends, the reason why you're in tech is for earnings. I think those earning trends relative to the market will continue to stay stronger for over the next year.
We talked about it earlier at the top of the show, Keith, that, and it was Cheryl Young's stat, I'll probably butcher it, but I'm going to say it was like 95% of the S&P 500's return was just 10 stocks. I get it. If you own the S&P as an ETF, you don't care because you're making money regardless. But, man, that's got to be extreme narrowness. Is that worry you at all? And is there opportunity on the other side? I want to buy stuff that's low and sell it high.
Yeah, it's a good point. Everyone's been talking about breadth, and you know what we've seen more recently is breadth has been catching up to the other 95, you know, those magnificent 7, magnificent 8. So what we did more recently, if you think about it, before the last week, we upgraded equities back to neutral in the beginning of the month. And our thesis at that point is a lot of these, the average stock was reflecting some of the concerns we were, you know, as far as the Fed and some of the weakness that we see in the economy. They were flat for the year. So what we did in our portfolios is we actually added to the equal-weighted S&P. We still have the large cap, you know, the market cap S&P, which has more tech. And then as far from a sector strategy, we also upgraded industrials a couple of weeks ago. And look at that sector. It's making a 52-week high, has some good secular tailwinds as far as the defense spending, infrastructure spending as well. So I do think there's some rotation. Longer term for tech, you know, we've been overweight tech since March. We would stick with tech, but we would be more apt to buy on pullbacks as opposed to aggressively chase here after such a big run.
Keith Lerner, truest. Keith, always appreciate it, and always appreciated you getting up early as well, my man. Thank you. All right, now let's go number 2. Get to Palo Alto Networks. Dan Ives. Dan, welcome. Good to see you. Just increased your target to 290 from 225. Why?
It's a golden age for cybersecurity, and Palo Alto continues to be, in my opinion, it's a table pounder. I mean, they're gaining more and more share within the cloud. Our checks have been stronger, you know, as the year has gone on. And I think this is really one, it's not just multiple expansions, free cash flow. And I think what's starting to happen right now.
But why that? I agree. Okay, cybersecurity, we know. We got China hacking everybody. Russia's doing whatever. But why Palo Alto Networks? There is a lot of competition in cybersecurity.
Sure, and really, they at this point are really getting the lion's share of incremental cybersecurity as we move to the cloud. Palo Alto, I think what you've seen, share gains, they've really flexed the muscles again. I think what's starting to happen here is that this is a story going into its next gear of growth. And in my opinion, when I look at cyber, we're looking at probably 15 to 17% growth this year in a 2 to 3% IT spending environment. That's why I view this as a green light to own cyber, where Palo's been one, even though the stock's risen, and you know, many were sort of saying skeptical to begin the year, I still view it as a table pounder name to own.
You talk about the cloud theme of cyber, but I assume all software now is cloud. So what is the cloud theme? Is anybody not on the cloud?
Yeah, so there's certain names, like a name like a Checkpoint or a Fortinet. You know, Fortinet's still one of our favorites. That's more what I would call not as much of a cloud play when it comes to cyber. But that's really names like Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto. What they've really become right now is, I'd almost say they're a mini Microsoft of cybersecurity.
Okay.
And what I love about it is that these free cash flow names now start to ramp more and more. I still think it's under-owned. And I think what we're seeing across the board is cybersecurity. With 45% of workloads in the cloud, cybersecurity is just going to get more and more growth. And I think it's going to be an M&A frenzy second half of the year.
Would they be a buyer or a seller?
I think they're a buyer. but I do believe we're ever going to have a tidal
Palo
wave.
Alto would be the buyer, but that means they're spending a lot of money and buying, stocks that get bought. We know what they do; they rocket higher, and you love it. Sometimes the buyers don't.
No doubt. I think with Palo, they've been tactician-like in terms of the way Nikesh and the team have executed. And I think from an investor perspective, this has been one where it's the best of both worlds. You have the growth, you have the cloud element, and then ultimately you have the free cash flow story that continues to play out. And that's why, in my view, in what we're seeing in broader tech, you came into the year, the New York City cab driver was bearish on tech stocks. We continue to view that tech stocks are going to be up 12, 15% rest of the year. Cyber, cloud, and of course this AI revolution, which I view as more of a 1995 moment playing out, not a 1999 moment.
I'll pivot a little bit to this company. There's a company it's brand new. We've never talked about it. It's called Tesla. They make cars. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
I've heard of them once or twice. Yeah.
Today. Yeah, we've been talking about them a lot because they've been on an epic run. I think they fell yesterday, ended a 13-day streak. They're up 2% again today. They've added $250 billion in market cap. Teslarians, they love their cars. We just had Phil LeBeau on about BYD, the China company. They're not in the U.S. yet. They may never come, but they probably will. Are we missing anything on the Tesla story?
Well, I think it's really been what I'll call an AWS moment, because what's starting to happen now with the supercharger network, in terms of what we saw with, of course, the start with Ford and then of GM, the sum of the parts story of Tesla, and I think AI is going to be the next piece, is now starting to be realized. And I think ultimately what's really happening is margins are troughing. Units in terms of demand in China, I think, is ultimately going to hit the year number. And I think a lot of those bears, they're going into hibernation mode as the stock continues to move higher.
What about here, though? Are the sales matching the stock? I mean, I talked to a dealer, not a Tesla dealer, obviously. They don't have dealers, but a national auto dealer a couple days ago, and he was saying that their channel checks suggested that Tesla inventory is building. I don't know.
Yeah, inventory is definitely built a little in the U.S. We've seen the 6 price cuts, but the hearts and lungs of the Tesla story, what ultimately drives the stock, is the China story. I mean, that's really the core DNA of the growth. And now what we're really starting to see is growth. And we talk about BYD and what Phil talked about. I believe in China, they're a share gainer. And I think Musk being in China as well just shows they're going to play nice in the sandbox in Beijing while they continue to build out in the U.S. And I think that's why, in my opinion, Tesla is going to be $1 trillion market cap.
And Elon Musk was just in the aforementioned China. And it's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, not everything was up today. Sorry. Bank stocks lower and sitting out the rally all week long. Leslie Picker joining us on that, and the critical balance sheet data out after the bell as they cheer here at the NYSE, but not for banks.
Yeah. Well, it had been going so well for banks, but broadly lower today as investors continue to digest the news from earlier in the week that a few more rate hikes may be in store. We also get fresh data, as you mentioned, on deposit levels after the bell today. Last week's data showed an increase in system-wide deposits. So the question is, will that continue? In recent months, banks have been competing with money market mutual funds, but those flows were actually about $3 billion lower week over week as of June 14th. That's according to ICI, and that's the first decrease since mid-April. So the question with today's data is whether that affects the deposit flight toward higher rate alternatives or if it indicates further stabilization. Brian.
All right, so we've got all this data next week. You just told us kind of the top line. Is there going to be one more thing that's more critical to watch than anything else? If we are bank investors, frustrated bank investors, what's like the most important thing?
Well, believe it or not, Brian, we're about a month from earnings. We also get stress tests in 2 weeks, and then there's Basel on the horizon. Those rules are expected at the end of June. So it's going to be regulation and Q2 earnings that investors are going to be very much focused on over the next few weeks.
Yeah, listen, launching a new 7 p.m. show called Last Call. I got stress tested recently, and I failed miserably. I just want to be clear on that, Leslie Picker. Earnings, big banks. Use your crystal ball. Any indication, like, how are they kind of looking? Stocks are up, but M&A is down.
Stocks are up. M&A is definitely going to be lower. There was a lot of commentary over the last
few weeks from executives speaking at conferences. And NII for the regionals does appear to be somewhat limited, depending kind of on size here. The bigger firms, the Wells Fargos of the world, for example, indicated that net interest income, that's a measure of profitability, would be able to kind of lower funding costs because they've kept those deposit rates lower. But a lot of that is kind of rolling off as their customers are pursuing higher rate CDs. They're seeing more competition from other banks, from those money market funds. So the whole dynamic is really shifting right now.
All right, Leslie Picker, great to see you. Not quite as good of a day for the banks, but we do appreciate it, Leslie. Thank you very much. All right, folks, it says ad lib into the close. That's what the prompter says. I know. I'm good at it, too. Thank you for the applause, everybody. Oh, they're cheering for the NYSE. I know we're down a little bit today, but it's been a great week. All the major averages, they are lower, but a good week, one of the best weeks in a long time for the equity market. That's it for us. I'll see you on Last Call if I have a voice left, 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Have a great weekend, everybody. Overtime is next.
Well, on this quad-witching Friday, a down day for stocks, but another up week. That's the scorecard on Wall Street, but the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan with John Fort. Coming up this hour, the latest read on bank balance sheets from the Fed. We're going to bring you that breaking news.